All right. So, I'm streaming on a Wednesday for the first time in a little while. And like a lot of the other post-raid streams, I am kind of exhausted. I'll be honest, my Prot Warriors guild kind of did fucking awful on Gallywix today. We maybe made like 5 or 10 seconds of additional progress through the fight, and the same few people continued to mess up the easiest mechanics ever for like multiple pulls in a row. So I basically just had to sit through 3 hours of progression that was effectively entirely wasted. And it was especially insulting because there were multiple times where I said, hey, this isn't going to work because, well, guess what? I've killed the boss. I've already killed it on my prop paladin. I already know how the boss works. And I was like, hey, this doesn't work. You need to do this mechanic this other way or you will die. And then people who are confidently wrong will tell me that I'm wrong, and then I have to do another 5-minute pull only to get to the exact spot where I said, if you do this, you're gonna die, and then they die, and they're like, why didn't it work like the video said it would? I'm like, well, because you're fucking misunderstanding what the video said, as I tried to explain just a few minutes ago. But sometimes you just need to let people fall flat in their face to actually learn, because some people are just so stupid that they refuse to see reason until it slaps them in the face. So that's what I spent my morning doing. Not exactly a great mood to start off with, if I'm being real. But, well, a lot of times I'll just say screw it after Wednesdays, because it usually goes like that, and not stream. There's a lot of stuff that I need to get done this month, and I don't really have the luxury of, you know, taking an afternoon off. We gotta get this stuff done, and especially the Fire Mage Keystone Hero thing. I want to be done with this, because we've been on this class for a month, and I still have a lot more specs left to go. So, you know, obviously I had been making progress towards a bunch of other ones at the same time, and those were all done on stream, right? But it would be good to officially move on to the next one, because I would also like to get the next class, well, next spec, Resto Shaman, done this week as well. That is my goal for this challenge this week. Get Mage and Shaman done, at least the initial specs. But then once the initial spec is done, that's like half the work right there. So that's the goal. That's the plan. And the only issue here is these are the keys that we got done in the previous streams. So my rating is honestly not too bad, because off-stream, as I mentioned, I pugged a Motherlode and a Workshop. Not a 10, but I got like a, you know, decent key so that I have score. Because up until I ran these, I had 0 score, so that was really holding back my overall. But the 10s that I've timed so far is we have Theater, Pain, Cinderbrew, and Priory. And unfortunately, out of my vault, I got another Priory. And that is really, really unfortunate, because obviously now I can't run my own key. I have to pug into something. Is there a decent chance that with this score I'll be able to get invited to a pug? Yeah, I mean, 667 item level, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can see now my main score is showing correctly, so that will help a little bit, and I would say, like, this should be, hopefully, more than good enough to get invited to the average 10, but it's still annoying, because that's going to be a little bit harder than just forming my own group. But who knows, if I get into one, time it, can re-roll this, and we'll see how we go. Also, not forming my own 10 is going to be inherently more random, because I'm obviously very picky when I make my groups, but the end result is that most of the time, it ends up being pretty good. On the plus side, basically all of the hard dungeons are finished. I would say Rookery is the only somewhat difficult dungeon that I have seen people fuck up, as evidenced by the depleted +8, which is still, to this point, the only fully bricked key that I've had so far in this challenge. I've had ones that, you know, people quit early on, but I have only had one run where people fucked up so tremendously midway that we actually failed the timer by the end. I had one that came close, but this was the only one that did it, and it was a +8. So I have yet to have a fully depleted +10. My luck on that has been pretty good. But I mean, that's got to end at some point. I'm sure that eventually my luck will run out. And we'll see how we go. Now, I'm going to search 10 to 12 because obviously there are good people playing at a 12, so, you know, like here, even though it is beyond what I need for the challenge, because even if I hit 2,500, that's technically Keystone Hero. I've already said that the purposes of this challenge is not literally getting the achievement, it is getting a time 10 or higher in every single dungeon, so even if I do all 12s, or do most 12s, I will still need to do the other ones on 10 to 12. I'm probably not going to get into dungeons like that, but can't hurt. Honestly, getting Dark Flame out of the way might be good, because that is, like, super easy. It's basically impossible to fail it, and Dark Flame is actually my lowest score at the moment. So, if I time it, then it should make it easier to get into future runs, but we'll see. I'll join anything that I actually need, which I've already sorted it to only show things that I need. I'm early tonight? A little bit. Honestly, this is around the same time that I normally stream. I've had a few streams that, like, the start ended up being a little bit late, but I would say more often than not, like, from at least 4 to 5 my time is when I end up starting the stream. But you're very early, regardless, Werewolf. Good to see you. Normally, maybe you'd be confused because I haven't streamed on a Wednesday in a while, I don't think. Most of my recent streams, I'll stream like Friday afternoon and then like Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Monday. But Tuesday I haven't streamed in a while just because I'm usually very busy. And Wednesdays are just usually I'm way too exhausted. Thursdays hit or miss. You missed my last stream and you went to bed at 4 a.m. The last one may have started late. I think, if we're talking about literally the previous one, I think that one did start, like, probably 2 hours afterwards, but, yeah, it's, like, my sleep schedule is also slightly different from day to day. Like, I have to wake up for my raid in the morning on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I'm usually up earlier on. I'm probably not going to get into 12, so I'm just going to search 10 to 10, just make it easier. Weird. Their score is 2,600, but it says their best run is a Priory. That's some weird Raider IO bug, I guess. Hello, owner. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't take too long. Oh, okay, well, yeah, there we go. Like I said, Dark Flame is good because the odds of it being fucked up are extremely low. Let's take a look at some of the people in this group. I mean, realistically speaking, should be fine, but I've seen some very cursed shit, as you guys know. And this will be the biggest increase to my score. I would say after this one, getting into keys shouldn't be too hard, because I'd be replacing my lowest scoring run with a 10. And I mean, I might get lucky, and I might also just be able to re-roll into something that I can post my group for, because I'd basically be getting over 100 scores, so this would put me at roughly 2,400, give or take. I think, yeah, it is almost exactly 2,400. Potentially more if we, like, two-chest it, which, for this dungeon, very doable. Alright, Lust is probably going to be my job. Yeah, Lust is definitely my job. Okay, I'll need to... hello, Satanic Bunny, good to see you. All my talents are correct. Yeah. I haven't really changed anything with my talents on my mage, but, you know, it can't hurt to double check just in case. I should probably use the beast. I didn't only just noticed they dropped it.
5, 4.
Also,
3,
I don't think I said anything about it anywhere, but unfortunately, my mage got a pretty crappy vault. Because obviously I did get a vault in this character before. Nothing really good, I'm afraid. Honestly, my vaults this week were pretty mediocre across the board. It wasn't, like, completely terrible. Okay, are we bringing it back? Yep. They aren't really LOSing, which is going to make this a little bit tricky. CC that. Okay, that's cheap death. This tank is really bad. Yeah. Jesus Christ, he died as a Vengeance Demon Hunter? Oh my god. Yeah, this might just be a go again angle. Yeah, there it is! There it is! The embarrassment DC. Well, it's not my key. I don't need to give a shit. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That guy was so fucking trash. What is he doing? Oh, that is the classic Pug DH tank. That's how it goes. That fucking meta spec, right? But you have so many just absolute shitters who have no idea how to play it. Walk in, get fucking clobbered, hold 0 threat, the mobs are running around whacking me and the warrior in the face. Is what it is. But good that we found out on the very first pull of the dungeon. Alright. On to the next one. You had the same ring on 3 of your alts and 2 of them were upgrades? I mean, if it's an upgrade, it's an upgrade. That's all that really matters in the end. Yeah, I didn't get, like, anything super nice. I got, like, side grades on some of my characters, which, you know, at least it wasn't a socket. I forget. I know my Death Knight got an upgrade. My Death Knight got Myth Track tier, which was nice. I think the most disappointing one is my Druid got, like, a dud fault. And there's so many potential upgrades for my Druid, but my Druid took a socket. And my Druid has gotten, I think, more sockets this tier than any other character I've had. It was really, really, really unfortunate, because that was one of the characters I got a +10 on last week. So getting fuck all was disappointing. My Vengeance Demon Hunter got, like, a crappy cloak. Damage roll available. Which, it was bad stats, but, like, yeah, you know, at least it's an upgrade. I didn't have a Myth Track cloak, so I was like, yeah, sure, fine. I'm trying to remember. Obviously, my mage got fuck all. That's a little bit disappointing, because there are still quite a few upgrades this character could have gotten. I got some, like, side grades in the healers, but nothing super nice. It was like, you know, I turned a champion item into a hero item, which in the grand scheme of things isn't really that big of a deal, because if you have enough Myth Track, or enough Gilded Crest to upgrade a hero track item, it's just better to craft a 681 piece. So there's literally 0 real advantage, but some of them are, like, stat side grades, so. Like I said, overall, pretty bad vaults, but not, oh my god, every single thing was a complete dud. And at least my Death Knight got a pretty nice upgrade, so. You know. Oh, I got a Myth Track Eye of Kazan on my Paladin, which is, like, cool. Like, technically was something I was missing, but I don't really need it. So it was, like, technically speaking, the best actual vault I got was arguably that, except I'm not really going to use Eye of Kazan on my Paladin ever. Pretty much, Eye of Kazan is only going to be useful for, like, early prog next raid tier, because there's a very good chance that if a fight lasts a really long time, which some early raid bosses may, when you're really undergeared, Eye of Kazan will be better. It's like, the only fight right now where it's debatable whether Prop Heli should use it is Gallywix, and even then, I don't really think it would be better for me. Because I have the two kind of undisputed best-in-slot trinkets, which is Myth-Track Pacemaker, Myth-Track Tome. And you definitely run Myth-Track Tome, so it's really just, do you drop Pacemaker? And especially with how much damage we're getting now, I honestly think that no, you don't. But it's nice to have, I guess, because that probably would have been one thing I spent my dinar on. So really, if anything, the fact that I got Eye of Kazan probably means that one of my later Paladin dinars I can spend on, like, a Myth-Track pick-me-up, because I probably would have bought an Eye of Kazan just so that I have it for early prog next year, but now there's literally nothing that I need with my dinars on Paladin, which is a good problem to have, I guess, so I'll probably use it just to get a pick-me-up so that if I play Holy, which I will eventually have to do for the challenge, even though I don't really think it's going to be that hard, I will at least have a best-in-slot trinket, so that'd be cool. You see my Fire Mage continues to totally not be cursed. I mean, honestly, like, that... It is a little bit silly that that happened, but all things considered, joining a key, it bricking within a minute or two, and it not being my key, honestly, kind of, I genuinely don't care. Like, if that had been 20 minutes, and then the Demon Hunter fumbles at the last second and somehow manages to brick a Dark Flame Cleft, yeah, that would suck. That would really suck, because then that would be 20 minutes of my time gone. If it had been my Dark Flame Cleft, I would have been pissed off, because then he would have bricked the easiest possible 10. Neither of those things happened, so, you know, back to the Cuba goes. I think it was the Demon Hunter's key, so, like, I mean, the idiot fumbled his own plus 10. Like, hard to really be upset. I can't even really feel bad for anybody in particular. He's the entire reason that wipe happened. It's his key. You know, fucking Rip Bozo, learn how to play the easiest Mythic Plus tank. If you're gonna play that, like... I don't even think he pressed Soul Cleave a single time, which... Jesus Christ. The thing that I dislike about current Vengeance Demon Hunter is that it's all Soul Cleave spam. If you manage to get to that point and don't realize that that's something that you should be pressing, it's... Yeah, I don't know. Kind of wild. Did you just join in 14 minutes into the stream and see someone bricked a key on purpose? Well, I don't think it was on purpose, because like I said, it was his key. One of two things happened there. Either the tank genuinely DC'd midway through the pull, and that's why he was doing absolutely nothing and, you know, died. Possible. But it was only after he died that it actually showed him going offline. And he was, for a while there, it looked like, at least to me, playing the game. You know, obviously I wasn't super focused on exactly what he was doing, and the moment that the mobs started attacking the warrior and then started attacking me, I just wasn't even remotely paying attention to what the Demon Hunter was doing, because I was just desperately trying to not die and run away from the things whacking me in the face. But it, what's it called? It seemed to me like he was genuinely trying, and... my thing that I think happened is I think that after he fucked up the pull, he just rage quit, which, I mean, I've seen happen before. But like I said, not on purpose, because, you know, why would he brick his own key on purpose? Unless it wasn't his key, but it wasn't mine, so... Yeah. And yeah, definitely skill floor and vengeance DH too high. Good old Soul Cleave, nothing beats Soul Cleave. Yeah. Night before reset, you were in a 13 motherload. Everything was perfect. Everyone jumped over the wall. I'm surprised. Yeah, well, you said, okay, 13. I was going to say in a random plus 10. I hate doing the wall skip. It's so sweaty for no reason. In a 13, I guess. Then on the first boss, 2 of the bombs went weird, and the boss did the big cone AoE on them. Rogue clicked 1 bomb, you missed the last one, and yeah. Yeah, that first boss is honestly probably the hardest one in the dungeon. Just in terms of people wiping on it. Mechanically, it's not hard. It's just, you can't carry that mechanic, like, as one person. You need to rely on other people doing the bombs. Especially, it sucks as a tank, because I can get the bombs in melee as a tank, but I can't just run over and get the bombs, because the boss chases me. So, if somebody else is trying to kick a bomb, and I drag the boss to run for a different one, and they miss the bomb, I could inadvertently lead to a bomb getting kicked. So, really, whenever I'm tanking, I need to just get the bombs really close to me that I can do without shifting the boss, and then I just sit there and pray that all the ones out of melee range, people actually do. And I've seen multiple groups where somebody's just sitting right next to one and not doing it, and it's like, what do I do? I'll sometimes try and run out at the last second during a cast to try and kick it in if I notice people are, have their brains turned off. But honestly, I really hate plugging Motherload for that reason, because there's a lot of stuff in Motherload where no matter what I do as a tank, I just can't really carry it. Whereas, like, Dark Flame, I guess Dark Flame, technically, if people completely fuck up the second and third boss, it can be rough, but it is so hard to fuck it up that it's almost like I've never seen it happen. Also, like, on a prop heli, at the very least, kicks on third boss are never an issue, so there's that. It's hard, but I can kind of babysit most of the darkness. So, there are dungeons where, as a tank, you can do a shitload of heavy lifting and carry the group. That Motherload boss is one where just no matter what you do, you can't. Like Rookery, for instance. This one kills a lot of people, but I can carry this entire mechanic. Voidstone Monstrosity. People can completely ignore the pillar mechanic, and all it does is summon an add. So as long as I pick up the add and then cleave it down with the boss, you can kind of recover. Curios, like, obviously I can't recover people dying, but I technically could solo the boss if needed. But, like, even as much as I hate Rookery, usually the issue here is running out of time, because, people just die to stuff. Priory, I can do a lot of the hard stuff. A lot of tanks, you can literally solo multiple sets of the second boss stuff. A lot of the challenge in the first boss is purely on the tank. Then final boss, a lot of tanks I have, I can control the CCs. Really, the hardest thing in this dungeon is just, making sure that you're doing the route. Cinderbrew, I hate Ipa, because Ipa I do kind of, on some tanks, need to rely on people crowd controlling. I really like it on Brewmaster, because with my ROP, I can basically guarantee a safe spot for myself every time. The other bosses, if needed, I could theoretically do myself. B-boss, people ignore it, but the only punishment is I have to tank more Bs, so as long as I mitigate that properly, we're fine. Last boss is basically entirely on me. First boss is really annoying if people don't do it, but almost every time I do Cinderbrew, I run minimum 2 of the beers. I have done kills of the first boss where I run 3 of the beers. So, yeah, fights like that you can kind of carry. Theater of Pain, like this one, is just people not dying. Gore Chop, I can literally solo this and have on multiple occasions. Zav, people not dying, don't really have control over that, but at the very least, like, if the DPS is fucking up the banner, I can usually solo it as a tank if I do enough damage. Kulthrok, I've had, on many occasions, been forced to babysit the ads and, like, solo CC them if people get them in the wrong spot. Was that on stream? I remember when I was doing my Blood Decays push keys on a Theater of Pain I got, people completely fucked it up, and I did, like, a single grip, another single grip, and then, like, perfectly positioned myself to mass grip a bunch of ads into a spot, and then, like, bursted them all down with Blood is Life, and I basically soloed that entire mechanic after people fucked it up. So a lot of times, you can control that. Mordretha, you can control the CCs, obviously can't help people dying, but I have also, on multiple occasions, soloed this boss as a tank, so, yeah, I don't know. I guess my point is, I really hate Motherload because some stuff you literally just can't do anything to solo as a tank if people fuck up. Second boss is kind of like that too. Because the damage check is tight enough that if people are just not tunneling the ad, you can get one shot. And there's not really a whole lot that I, as a tank, can do about that. That is one of the few DPS checks that you're just simply not going to meet, no matter what. So, you need people to help you. Is the timer on Motherlode too tight? One wipe at the first boss, the key is bricked? Not really. Actually, Motherlode, I would say, has a very generous timer. In fact, when I streamed, I did the +10 on my bear the other day, and that was a Motherlode, and I had... I don't remember how many, I think it was like 19 deaths, and we had one full wipe because somebody just pulled the, entire universe, and then we had multiple people just dying to air on random pulls. It was a complete shit show of a dungeon, and yet we still made it with like 4 minutes left. So, honestly, the timer in Motherlode is pretty forgiving. I would say the bigger problem, and why I also always leave on a full wipe in the first boss, is if somebody can't do the mechanics on the first boss in Motherlode, if people are just hard tunneling, keep in mind, most of the time, it has been shitty up into that point. I really haven't had any runs where it's like, oh yeah, everything is going perfectly, people are doing kicks on the trash, everybody's doing everything correctly on the really nasty first section of Motherlode trash, and then suddenly they just ignore the bomb mechanic. That never happens. In my experience, almost every single time, I know, Werewolf, you said that, yeah, everything was perfect, so it can, obviously, I would imagine. Nothing is theoretically impossible, but in my experience, that has never happened. When it's been, for me, it's been really shitty trash. Maybe we didn't wipe, or like only 1 or 2 people died, but we've had some really sketchy moments up until the first boss. And then you get to the first boss, and like it's clear that some people just have no fucking clue what's going on. You die, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm not wasting my fucking time. Especially because there are lots of trash pulls. Like, I mean, the entire mine section at the end, right? If people can't be bothered to do kick a ball into the boss, how do you expect them to know to run away from the mine in the end section of the dungeon? It's not hard, but neither is the first boss mechanic. But it is a very much pass-fail thing, where if somebody doesn't know what they're doing, it will become evidently clear and everybody will die. The most unfortunate part about that key getting bricked is I was pretty happy that I managed to get into a group that quickly. But now I gotta sit here and spam apply. That's... Well, it's probably gonna take a little while, because although my mage's score is definitely good enough to get into a dungeon, it's gonna take some time. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay. I saw, oh wait, apologies, and I thought I was about to get kicked. Of like, oh sorry, inviting my friend, but it was somebody leaving. Honestly, that happens enough, I'm not even gonna burn my portal. I think, well, actually, I already burned my portal, right? Yeah, I used it to get to Darkflame. Yeah, okay, never mind. Well, fun. You had 19 wipes after the first boss because you refused to reset and still timed it +2 on a 12? Yeah. It's definitely doable. Motherlode timer is quite forgiving. You're here for the sub-rogue Keystone Hero? Yeah, that one will be quite a while from now. Sub-rogue... Honestly, it actually looks like sub might be one of the final specs I do. Because rogue is going to be one of the final classes I do. For sure. Confirmed. Honestly, it might be the last first spec of a class. But we'll see how my rogue is in a week or so when we get around to that. But I've already locked it in that I'm going to start with Assassination. That's the first spec I'm going to do for rogue. And I guess, technically speaking, after that, it'll probably be up to a poll. So I'm picking the first spec. If I had to pick, I would do Outlaw second. But I suppose, come to think of it, that choice will be up to you guys. However, depending on how the order goes, there is a very real chance that, you know, one thing that I do have control of is I control what ends up on the polls. So I'm not going to put 2 rogue specs on the same poll. Like, I'm not going to put Arms and Fury Warrior on there. I'm not going to put Frost and Arcane Mage on the same poll. I would put Arms Warrior, Frost Mage, Havoc Demon Hunter, Sub Rogue, or something like that. It would, like, up until the point where we've exhausted duplicate specs, right? I would only be putting one of each class until, you know, we run out of that. So what I guess I can say for sure is that when Rogue ends up on the poll, it's going to be Outlaw second. So it's Assassination first. Assassination first. Then when the second Rogue spec ends up, however long from now, going up in the polls, I'm going to put Outlaw for that. And the only way that we do sub-second would be if people keep not voting for Outlaw over and over and over and over and over until it gets down to quite literally the final 4 specs or so, and literally Outlaw and Sub end up on the same one. And then, in that case, there's a chance that Sub would be done before Outlaw. But yeah, it most likely will be one of the final ones I do. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but right now, I suspect the final few specs are going to be a Warlock spec, a Rogue spec, Og Evoker, and not sure for the other ones. It'll be tough to say for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think those 3 are pretty safe bets. Unless something really crazy happens with the polls. There's actually a genuine chance I might do just, like, executive decision. Og Evoker is guaranteed to be last. That's the only one that I'm definitely going to leave until the end. It's just Rogue and Warlock will be towards the end regardless, just because they are the specs that I have the least comfort with. So I'll have to do the most learning, so I'm going to give myself more time to prepare. And also because those are the classes that I took the longest to get leveled and start gearing, they are a few item levels behind everything else. Whereas all of my other characters outside of my Rogue and Warlock are basically at, like, the same exact item level, which is pretty much from, like, 664 to 667. At this point, the only variance is whether they got lucky out of vaults. So the ones that did have slightly better gear. The ones like my Mage, you know, got decently lucky. And then, like, my Druid is, I think, still 664, because I've got a 0 myth track shit out of my vaults, unfortunately. Hello, Justin. How is Tucker? Tucker's good. Tucker is probably asleep somewhere, as usual. Well, this is, again, not my key, so I will admit this looks sus as fuck, but Motherload, as we just got done saying, one of the nice things about this dungeon is, generally speaking, if people brick it, they brick it early. You know if it's gonna fail. Most of the time. So we'll see how it goes, but if they fail to time it, then no skin off my back. This tank is being really fucking slow, though. How do you even DC that fast? Like, don't you need 20 seconds to log out? No, you just press Alt F4. That's what you do. I mean, it's the classic rage quit DC. Of, oh, I just died as a Vengeance Demon Hunter to the first pull in the easiest dungeon of the Mythic Plus season. Alt F4. I'm, like I said, I'm 99% sure that is exactly what occurred. Is Fire Mage good now? Haven't played since mid-season 1. Yeah. I mean, so I don't know exactly. I know that Fire Mage was not nearly as bad as in Season 1 as some people made it out to be. I know it wasn't, like, meta for a while, but I distinctly remember multiple mage friends of mine playing Fire at some point of the season. I think, like, it might have been kind of bad right at the start, something like that, and then it got buffed pretty early, but people were still dooming on it for a while. and my mage friends were playing fire and doing really well with it, so it was definitely pretty good for most of Season 1. But yeah, Fire was and still is the best raid spec, by far.
5,
I mean, multiple
4,
fire mages were played
3,
in Race to World first.
2, 1.
And I'm not sure if it's... I don't think it's, like, Mythic Plus meta? At least, like, in terms of, we're talking all classes. I think it's pretty good, though, and I do want to say that it's the #1 mage spec in M+, but I might be wrong. Frost might be slightly better. Again, I am not 100% certain. Don't quote me on that. Also, worth noting, we're off to a good start. This guy is doing the route that I normally do for this dungeon, so there's been multiple times when I've entered this dungeon and I've talked about how... Oh my god. That's really unfortunate. The mob died as my Phoenix Flames hit, so I didn't get the hot streak. Yeah, I like this start. This is a very safe way to start Motherload, so this tank's already doing good in my book. This is balls, right? I like the balls one, it's pretty easy. As long as people do it. Yeah, I guess TLDR, to answer your question, I am obviously not a fire expert. That should be clear. But I do believe Fire Mage is in a pretty good spot for Mythic Plus. I mean, I'd like to think that I've been doing pretty well with it. I've been consistently, like, towards the top. I don't think I've been the 3rd DPS in a while. Usually I'm second, like, narrowly behind first. Because there's, in most groups, at least one super duper geared character, and my Fire Mage is like, you know, 660 something, which at this point in time is not really that good, relatively speaking. But I feel like I've been doing respectable damage in these keys, and the spec was really bad, that probably wouldn't be possible. Where are we going? I wonder if this bear is doing, like, literally the exact same route that I do. I guess if he was doing the exact same route, he would have pulled these with the Peacekeeper. But otherwise, so far, this is... Yeah, I'm not saying it's my route, because obviously I didn't come up with it. Well, I guess technically it was something that I thought of myself, but it's not, like, original, it's just kind of the obvious, safe way to do the dungeon. But it's always nice when I see somebody else who came to, like, the same conclusion that I did, I guess, if that makes sense. So I'm like, yeah, you know, this is a pretty chill route. Yeah, we're skipping the Peacekeeper, good. Unlucky on the patrols, but at the very least, I would say better to be a little bit behind than barely make it through, because there's no risk of somebody trying to run through and accidentally pulling shit. Alright, if he's doing my route, then he would double this. Okay, he's playing it safe. Yeah, this is a pretty safe double pull, I'd say. It's fine. Honestly, can't really fault somebody for playing safe. Much rather, especially with how forgiving this timer is, play safe, don't die. Dungeon's piss easy. Way better than just, you know, doing pulls that you're not confident in. And just risking the run for no reason. I need to save for a little bit. Oh, that priest got fucking clobbered. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything crazy here, because my damage here doesn't matter. I'm gonna do mass shields because we don't have the healer. Okay. Oh, that was a fake one. Okay. Nice. Thought that was a real death. It's bugged. What the heck? Okay. Well, now I know why nobody else hit it. That's really annoying. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Because I was like, maybe I just somehow magically didn't hit it, which I was like so sure I was tapping it, but no. Yeah, it's just bugged. I wonder, because obviously I'm not using the interact key. I wonder if the interact key would bypass that, or if that's just like, it's bugs. It's like completely bugged. Also never seen people do this strat. I think this is like an MDI strat or something, but I really like this. Especially if it can lead to shit like that. Let's time that a little bit. So I can bust windows. Your priest is not super great at dodging, unfortunately. Okay, we're more. definitely think it was a little bit ambitious to chainful these mobs while the healer was dead, because it looks like they're struggling a little bit to recover. I think it's fine overall, but... I got a heating up. All things considered, I have seen that done a lot worse, though. How's he gonna do this? Gravity lapse. I'm trying to save my ball. What the heck? Yeah, this healer is actually kind of beans, dude. This guy stands on everything. Probably still fine, but come on. I think should probably... Yeah, he's going in here with, like, no HP. You're a Guardian Trid. You have this thing called, you know, the ability to shift out of your bear form and do other stuff, so... I don't know why he's not doing that. I don't know. I'm getting 0 healing, dude. Come on, man. 1 heal. It's happening. This guy is fucking turbo ass. Cool down for a little bit here. Combust will be up soon. Damage right now doesn't matter until we get the new adds anyway. Okay. Both of me. Honestly, I kind of wish it targeted me from the start, because I think the Hunter was getting whacked in the face, but nice thing about Fire Mage is you're insanely mobile. So I have a ethical reason to just run in circles, which is kind of something that I like doing no matter what. But this dude's fucking asleep at the wheel, man. Come on. All you gotta do is click on the fucking minecart. Jesus.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
This is a very small pull. There's like one real mob in this fucking pull. Do a double here. Jesus, the test subjects aren't even real enemies. Come on, man. Like, you're not gonna chain at all? Kinda fucked me a little bit. I've never seen somebody single pull that, so I was like, surely. Okay, but we're double pulling this.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
The priest holy? Yeah, he's holy. I mean, not that it should matter. Well, I mean, he popped into Spirit of Redemption, like, literally just earlier. But yeah. Like, it's not like Disc Priest magically makes you stand out of, you know, shit in the ground. Obviously, his healing has been pretty terrible, but if it was just that, like, his healing is really bad, then I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe it's like a Holy Priest thing, even though I've seen Holy Priests put out crazy numbers, but maybe he's just really struggling. But the fact that, you know, it's not just the healing, it's that he has just stood in multiple easily avoidable mechanics, that's just a sign of somebody who just has no fucking clue what's going on.
Let its darkness fill
Really lust on this boss. And goes. What are we waiting on? Why are we not pulling? Why are we not pulling? Dipshit needs mana? He's at 75%. Pull the fucking boss. Jesus. Oh no. Oh no, we're getting carpet bombed today! Holy. Honestly, not as bad as it could be. At least we have a tiny area to stand. On me next. Now it's probably on me, right? Nope. I think it's ignore the mechanic. W. At least, by dying, he tactically negated the mechanic that randomly picked him. That's actually so fucking funny, dude. Jesus Christ. How does die to air on every fucking boss? I should have held combustion there. Long form. Fuck you. Oh no, I'm targeted by mines! Oh, not. Actually, one of them refixated me. That's crazy. Actually, didn't know that could happen. This is a full wipe angle, right? I'll try, but the healer, there's no way he can live this. It's caught. Alt in time. Holy shit! Oh my god! Alright. I'm proud of myself for that one, dude. Holy. I had to bust out every single part of my mage survivability kit to live that shit. That was an absolutely demon fucking pull. I don't know why the fuck... Like, is he friends with the mage? I think he's friends with the priest, I mean. He might be friends with the priest, but there's absolutely no way that you see how dogshit your friend is, and you're like, let's do a pull that, like, no sane human in existence would ever fucking think is okay. Like, what the fuck do you mean you think that's a good pull to do? There's no fucking shot. Fucking Christ, dude! What is this? Why are we doing this shit? Oh my god. Holy fuck. See, what's funny is I was talking to one of the mage players in my guilds about this, and, you know, talking about Fire Mage. I think he actually watched one of my streams doing this. And he said, like, you know, dude, altar time is so strong, you need to get better at using it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I need to practice that. That's probably the thing that I've been the worst at. I keep forgetting that altar time is a thing. Well, rather, I know it's a thing, but it's such a weird cooldown that I keep forgetting that I should be pressing it. Shit. Well, I'm gonna learn how to use altar time today. Crazy is like so... Are you... The tank? Jesus, dude. Yeah, okay, so earlier... Who was asking whether Motherload has a forgiving timer? There's still 7 minutes left, and we've done all of the trash. Holy fuck. This is so fucking cursed. Yeah, overpulling by 15%. Yeah, Dude, holy shit. The healer has to be one of those people that individually clicks frames and casts, it's just too slow. I mean, who knows? That's entirely possible, but... I mean, dude, bad players will find a way.
Yes. Feed. All of you.
This is like the type of person who, like, posts Keystone Hero on a single character at the end of the season. It's like, I finally did it, guys! I'm free! This is, like, their experience, and they're like, holy shit, 10s are so hard. And you fools for. Get out here and fix this. Does he get there in time? Oh my god, he did the mechanic. Hold. A miracle just happened. You know what? Alright. Well, I beat the Hunter on overall, so I'll take it. The Warrior is, what, like, insanely overgeared, most likely. Actually, his gear is pretty reasonable. Alright. W Fury Warrior. I did see they got buffs. I got a cloak.
Found any good treasure lately?
What did I reroll into? I rerolled into a meadery! One that I already have! Fuck you, Blizzard! Fucking piece of fucking shit, dude. Ugh! Kill me. Alright, I guess we're just gonna have to join random groups for the entirety of this fucking challenge. Poor little demon priest, we love our new players. Yeah, it's... you know. What was the overall healing? Oh, dude. Barely beating the fucking Guardian Druid. Jesus Christ, that guy is an ass. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, let me read chat. If he was Disc, you thought he might miss the atonement? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. So you thought he just wasn't atoning me. But, yeah, Holy is just all spot healing, so yeah, no, he's just shit. Yeah. Pretty much. Unfortunately, Motherlode was also one of the dungeons I had the most score in before, so that didn't really overall bump me up by that much. Also, the longer we go, the less likely I am to roll a key that I need, so we're probably going to be stuck in Pug Hell for the entirety of the stream, but... oh well, I mean, hey, we timed it. That's what matters. Right. Not many options. I would expand to a 12, but... yeah, sure. I feel like with my current score... okay, inviting a second hunter is a questionable choice. They both look fine. But, I mean, honestly, the thing is, it's not my key, so... obviously, 3 DPS is not really a good sign. You want to have a tank or a healer. But I'll give him, like, a minute or two. And, then I'll leave and join a different one. The tank pops up, you know, there we go. They kicked the hunter and then invited the Death Knight. Which... I mean... hey Jimmy Jamal, good to see you. Also, I should note, if the keys today don't take me a ridiculously long time, so basically if we one-shot the remaining 4 dungeons, then I will probably do a Guardian Druid and Blood DK 10 on this stream as well at the end, because I want to get those 2 characters a 10 for Vault again, and both of them got a key that I don't already have. It's different than the one that they did last week. So that would let me get at least, like, a quarter of the way through both of those classes. And I'm also not too concerned about, you know, doing... well, it'll be on stream, but I'm not too concerned about doing it all in one sitting, because, again, it's, you know, tanks that I have actively played throughout Season 1, so there's no learning process. In fact, Blood DK and Guardian were the 2 main tanks that I played throughout Nerubar Palace, so I'm already very familiar with them. But we'll see. Obviously, if it ends up being a complete, you know, demon stream and multiple depleted keys or something like that, or if I go like 45 minutes without being able to get into a run again, then maybe we leave that for another day, but I'm gonna do that at some point this week. Because it is a +10, I would like to do that on stream, because, you know, it's technically part of the Keystone Hero Challenge, even though it's not the current spec. And although Resto Shaman is next... I want to do that this week, but I want to do it on its own stream. I don't want to, like, just tag Resto Shaman onto the end. We'll start that, you know, on its own stream. I honestly might be able to do all of Resto Shaman in one sitting. We'll see. But Blood DK and Guardian, I'm trying to work my way through. Lazera said, hey, Harldan, hope the keys are going okay today. Yeah, I mean, we timed 1 so far, so definitely. Am I excited for Mop Classic? Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of Mop Classic stuff. I guess on that note, by the way, obviously now we have official release dates and stuff for the pre-patch. I actually expected the pre-patch to release a week earlier, and I'm happy it's releasing a week later, because what I also didn't expect is for Blizzard to announce the Season of Discovery thing. And... on one hand, I have a little bit more time to work on my videos than I thought. On the other hand, I did not expect that Season of Discovery leveling was going to be on the menu, but now it is. So I posted this in my Discord, but, you know, in case you didn't see it, it's, you know, in the YouTube stuff thing, I wrote, like, a rundown of my plans, basically talked about Fire Mage, doing today. I mentioned the whole Blood DK and Guardian potential for keys, and then Resto Shaman after. But the other thing that I mentioned is... once Resto Shaman Keystone Hero is finished, which I am very much hoping to have that done this week. Like I said, if we finish Fire Mage today, I'm probably going to do Resto Shaman starting tomorrow. We might get it done all in one day. If not, we finish it on Friday. And the plan over the weekend is I'm going to do sod leveling, which had not been on my schedule at all. But now we have the, free level 85 boost. And as I've mentioned, obviously I'm going to level a lot of characters for testing purposes, but a bunch of the characters I'm going to level will actually be on the PTR, or the beta. So I'm not going to really be able to, like, use them, if that makes sense. They'll just be for testing purposes, but I still have a lot of characters that I need to level on live servers. And packing all of that into just the pre-patch would be tricky, because most of the characters I plan on leveling are going to be monks, obviously. So I still plan on leveling a lot of monks, but I was also going to level some other characters. So now the nice thing about those free boosts is a lot of the other character that's... Oh, shit. Yeah, he got 0 threat on them, and we're also dragging it into this corner, which... Yeah, I don't know why people do this. It's just, like, so much worse than the other bait spot. But yeah, basically, I'm planning on using the free sod boost on a lot of the non-monk characters that I was planning on leveling. That way I can only focus on monks during the pre-patch, and I'll be good. This kind of completely fucked my burst with this demon shit. And because I already have a character that's level 50-something that I know how to play in sod, it will actually take me less time to get that up to level 60, gear for the first boss of Scarlet Enclave, and then kill that for the free boost. That would actually just be more time effective. And not to mention, even if it was moderately slower, I've been kind of looking for a reason to play sod for a while, I just couldn't fit it in. But now it's like, well, hey, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? So that's gonna be my plan. Really terrible pulls, but whatever. Now all the mobs are spread out. We're doing double overseers, so we're basically just dead, right? I'm dead. I ripped threat, and double overpowering roar is just impossible. So. Well, we'll see. This might be another brick Dark Flame. Again, nice thing about Dark Flame, if it's bricked, usually you know right here. Does the tank know not to do double Overseer? The answer in this case, definitely not. So this is really, can the super blatantly overgeared Resto Shaman carry? And it looks like the answer is no, he can't, which I don't blame him. I mean, this is just mega scuffed. Man. It's always Dark Flame, huh? Easiest key, you get the biggest shitters just running in and doing just ape strats that don't work. Yeah, like, the shaman's also spamming it, you can't see, but he's spamming kick please, as if the fact that people aren't, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of trolling running back, there's no point, like, we need to just let this hard reset, but... Do I stay? He's, like, spamming about, like, kicks, as if that is remotely the problem, and not the fact that the bear just did the most idiotic pull ever. Where it's like, how the fuck are you going to kick everything when we're not in a viable LOS spot? Like, it's impossible to round up all the mobs, so we can't AoE CC, and we're just getting completely fucking dumpstered. Like, that's why we're dying. It's nothing to do with not getting kicks. You're level 78 on your Paladin, and you finished the main story. Nice. I will... And that now we're doing 2 mob pulls. Hey, dude, this is terrible. Realistically speaking, I should leave this. The odds of this... If this was anything but a Dark Flame, this would be an insta-leave. The thing is, this key is so fucking easy that if you fuck up this, it's still timeable. It's like, you know, I'm not gonna combust 2 mobs that are already half dead, so... Jesus Christ. I don't know if this is really a combust that I should be doing, but... Okay. I didn't know if we had a B-res. We did. Yeah. Probably should have held. That it really matters that much. Fine. Keep the Unholy on boss down at least. So. I don't particularly... Yeah, I definitely shouldn't use combustion here. Just hold. Okay, we're just not gonna get threat on the fucking main mob. Hate threat as a mechanic. It's so fucking toxic. It's like when I'm tanking, it doesn't exist, really. I'm not tanking, it's something that I need to now worry about, because most tanks are fucking awful. by that. What? I didn't hit the candle? Okay. I thought I was aiming right at it. Apparently I'm bad. Oops. Thought it matters because this boss is actually such a fucking joke. Let's aim correctly. Oh, it all picked me. Really? Really? The boss? The boss? You don't open with a fucking taunt, dude? Jesus, it's one fucking target. I didn't think I needed to be fucking worried about ripping threat off a single target that the tank can fucking taunt. Okay, apparently all of them blew their fucking kicks. So it's on me. Somehow I didn't even proc pot there, which is fucking crazy. Fuck. Somehow that hit nothing. I don't even know how that hits nothing.
Mortals, scrabbling after any
It's not picking me, so I can't do the fucking mechanic. I've not gotten a single pickaxe this time. Normally I'd be okay with that, but they've not been doing a great job, so...
Shred of control.
Ay, ay, ay. Hey Zasaru, good to see you. Excited for Mach Classic? You need a break from retail toxicity? I mean... I'm excited for Mach Classic too, but... Have you played Classic? Classic players are just as toxic as retail players, if not more. I have had way more experiences with toxic Classic players. I know that message was earlier, but I haven't really had a moment to look at chat, so I only just saw that. But yeah, that is definitely not the reason that I would want to play Mach Classic. Classic players are insanely toxic. The big issue with Mach for you is there's still GDKPs allowed. GDKPs only really matter in old versions because it's basically impossible to get the gear you want otherwise. There's so many ways to get the gear you want in, like, even Kata. And GDKPs aren't going to solve the problem of something that you need not dropping. That's just an issue that exists in retail. Also, where's this guy going? Your friends lied to you? Yeah. If your friends told you that Classic is a chill, super fun environment where everybody is, you know, super nice and hold hands, like, no. Classic players are fucking monsters. I say that as somebody who really does like Classic, but a lot of times, actually almost every single time that I've stopped playing Classic. I can't talk, you get what I mean. I've not played it for a little while. It's because somebody was, like, insanely fucking toxic, and I just got tired of it. Usually, like, guild drama or something. It's literally why I stopped playing anniversary servers. It's because of a bunch of, like, you know, stupid fucking virgins who have nothing better to do than care about Molten Core parses. Which, like, again, if that's your vibe, right? If you want to parse a Molten Core, I've always said this, go for it, I have nothing about that. It's when they care about other people's Molten Core parses. Like, you're not getting a 99 parse, therefore you're holding back my ability to get high Molten Core speedrun parses, and you need to be getting, like, all the world buffs and consumables. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. People are genuinely fucking deranged in Classic. Now, maybe your friends have gotten lucky and they haven't run into those people. Unfortunately, I encounter them a lot. But I also know a lot of other people who have had similar experiences, so I know that I'm not, like, the odd one out here. But the fresh hell is a Molten Core parse? Dude, man, yeah. That's, like, the gist of the story. I'm not going to rehash the rest of it, because, like, I don't really want to recap that drama. And I am friends with some people still in that friend group who are, like, tangentially related to it. So I don't really want to, like, go into that too much. But yeah, a few people in that group were just... I'm just fucking stupid. Just the absolute biggest clowns that you will ever meet. And they're fucking pocket-watching people for not parsing well enough in Molten Core and affecting their speedrun times. That is genuinely what they decided to crash out about and burn a bridge with me over. It's insane shit, dude. will say the craziest thing is, like, I wasn't even doing bad. I'm literally, like, playing Feral off-tank, getting consistently, like, high purple, orange parses, which, you know, at least for Molten Core, I'm pressing my buttons correctly. The only thing I wasn't doing is getting, like, all the super expensive consumes. I didn't, like, you know, Classic Anniversary was inherently, like, a fun side thing for me. I didn't want to actively try and farm gold and shit, and have to pay for Molten Core consumes every single fucking week just to speedrun it, because I didn't care. But I showed up, I did my job, I still performed well, but literally just because I wasn't getting every single consume and potentially getting like 99 bare off-tank parses, I was holding back the potential of the speedruns, and I was arrogant and lazy and all this other shit. Like, actually just deranged behavior, man. Fucking crazy shit. You want to play Classic and you don't devote like every single second of your week to farming outside of Raid to make the speedrun 5 minutes faster, then, you know, you're just holding back the group and you're a selfish player. That's how it is in the eyes of some of those people. Which is crazy, because a lot of them put in more effort to speedrunning Molten Core than multiple people on my retail Raid team do. And admittedly, sometimes you do hope that certain Mistweaver monks show up with the best gems and enchants on, right? If he ever sees this clip, I'm just kind of teasing. But it goes to show that, like, a lot of really good players in retail won't even do literally every single last min-maxy thing they need to, because even in retail, at the end of the day, getting a raid boss kill is 99% just doing the fucking correct stuff. You know, you don't need to be getting a 99 or 100 parse. Now, I, in retail, will, because the thing is, I actually enjoy playing retail, at least the gameplay loop, whereas Classic, I like the journey in Classic. You know, the leveling is actually quite fun for me, ironically, whereas I'm not really a big fan of retail leveling outside of, you know, the speedruns that I do, which is why I do the speedruns, because it makes it more fun. But I hate endgame Classic stuff. It's just boring. It's mindless. So I put a lot of effort into, you know, playing the game and, you know, the journey and all that stuff, the roleplay elements, or RPG elements, I guess. More accurate way to describe that. But then, when it comes to the endgame stuff, yeah, I put in the bare minimum effort. You know, you can do that and still clear Molten Core. It's a fucking easy raid. That's the point. I don't know how we didn't get the thing there. Get the crit. Not having an execute window here kind of sucks. Well, alright. That was a really terrible start to that key. I finished #1 though! W! Let's go! Alright, yeah, I got hard briefed for, like, the first third of that key. And, ooh, actually, it's not bad. I actually know a lot of specs I theoretically could use that on, being warband and all. Alright, but hey, look. That was a terrible key. If it was literally any other dungeon, it probably would have been complete, but it is what it is. We'll take it, and, you know, I ended #1 on damage, so at least I was not the problem. "2004 called, and it doesn't even care about classic DPS parses?" Yeah. So, I will say, one thing that I thought was really fucking stupid, probably one of the comments in that entire debacle, I'm not, like I said, not going to go into all the details of that. I talked about it in a stream like months ago when it happened. The thing that I think pissed me off the most is one of the points that one of them tried to make. Is they said that in Cataclassic, because I raided with them in Cataclassic too. Oh yeah, fuck them. I'm not gonna make a portal. They can fucking walk. I mean, almost all of them, I'm sure, have Dornagal Hearthstones. I'm not even making my own portal, right? But I raided with them in Cataclassic too. And something that they said is, oh, when we were playing Cataclassic, he cared so much about his Blood Decay damage parses, but now that we're playing, you know, Molten Core, he won't even be bothered to get all the fancy consumes to get, like, you know, a good parse, and good relative to them. I was still getting high purples, low oranges, right, on Feral. When it's like, okay, first of all, fucking Heroic Nefarian is not the hardest content ever, but Heroic Nefarian and Kata is miles different than fucking Molten Core, okay? One actually has some relative challenge. The other is piss easy, and people were doing it with, like, you know, potato PCs with zero coordination. There's a world of difference between it. And also, flaming me for going for damage parses on a Blood Decay, which wasn't even true. I never griefed the raid for a damage parse. I just did shitloads of damage on my Blood Decay. I beat half the DPS on that fucking raid team on my Blood Decay, partially because tanks are really OP, but also because I was 99 parsing on every boss. And then he, like, the guy who said that said shit like, oh, he's running DPS gear on a Blood Decay instead of playing for tank stats, as if he knows fucking anything about how to play Blood Decay and Kata. Which, I'm just fucking playing it correctly. Literally ask any Blood Decay and Kata who knows what they're talking about, and they will tell you that dodge and parry is a dog shit stat, and the way that you play Blood Decay, even from a survivability perspective, is you stack haste, because that gives you more death strikes, which keeps you fucking alive. And if you just get a million death strikes and just out-heal all the damage, any basic idiot with minimal knowledge of Blood Decay should be able to understand that that is just better. Not to mention, it just does like double the damage of stacking dodge, parry, and mastery. It's just a better way to fucking play Blood Decay. And yeah, while doing it, I was running the DPS 2-piece because the Blood set was fucking shit, and the DPS set also had more crit and haste, so I was never dying, I was never a concern for the healers, I was constantly keeping myself alive, and I was demolishing half the DPS players in that fucking raid. But then, retroactively, they tried to use that as a point against me, of like, oh, he's such a DPS whore in one version of the game, but then he can't be bothered to get all the fancy world buffs in this other version. It's like, go fuck yourself, you stupid fucking moron, you have no idea how my class fucking works. Don't even try to use that against me. Honestly, that pissed me off more than anything. Especially, the funniest thing about that is that the same dude who said that was also constantly dick-riding me back in Cataclassic about my damage. He was the one whispering in Discord like, holy shit, dude, you beat like 90% of the raid on that boss, oh my god, your damage is insane! And then he's the one who later on tries to act like, oh yeah, I always hated how much of a parser he was. Like, no, you fucking weren't. You were constantly just rubbing me off about how much damage I was doing and how I was hard carrying your stupid fucking raid team, you absolute fucking buffoon. So, yeah, that stuff really pissed me off. But my entire point there, that's classic players. That's the shit that they'll do. They are non-stop only focused on getting their stupid fucking speedruns, their stupid fucking parse runs, and if anybody gets in the way of that, they will be insanely toxic to that person, even if it was somebody who they were theoretically friends with, who, in a different version of Classic, was also hard carrying their stupid fucking guild. So, yeah, that's Classic. So if you're looking for a non-toxic experience, well, realistically speaking, you're going to find those people anywhere on the internet, but Classic, holy shit, I would say the community is saturated with people like that, more so than retail. Retail is like, yes, certain bands of the player base are very toxic, like mid-tier Mythic Plus, very toxic. But ask anybody, like, in the, I would say, the cutting-edge rating scene, give or take, kind of like the higher up you go, and like, here's the thing, obviously, I know that this is kind of the problem. I am prone to hyperbole. I'm being very hyperbolic here. But I'd like to think that if anybody will ask me a question, and I'm sure multiple people here can, you know, attest to that. If somebody asks me a genuine question and is just looking for help and stuff like that, I will always try to be nice and try to be helpful. I just get very heated when talking about stuff that pisses me off. And the thing is, even though when talking about this, obviously in hindsight, it really pisses me off, what was my way to approach that situation at the time? I tried to resolve it privately with people, and I tried to be nice and basically say, you know, like, hey, I don't know why you guys are fucking crashing out over this stuff. I'm just trying to play Classic the way I want to play Classic. If you don't like this, I'll quit. But then they kept, basically bullying me into getting more consumes. They're like, no, trust me, dude. Just get consumes this 1 week. That's all people care about. And, it was... They were using this just as, like, a vehicle to attack me. They were just being toxic for the sake of being toxic, right? So I tried to be nice. I tried to be like, maybe this is a misunderstanding, and, you think that I don't give a shit about you guys, and really it's just, like, I don't have the time to farm all of this gold. But no, they didn't really care, right? And what did I do? Did I try to, yell at them, be toxic at them, right? No. I just quit, right? Eventually, I just stopped playing. I said, I don't need to deal with this. I don't need these people. So I cut them out. Now, that being said, did it still get to me? Fuck yeah, of course it did. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here ranting about it. But at the time, I didn't, try to be toxic back. I just said, gonna take myself out of that situation. And I think that there are definitely plenty of circles within WoW where you can find people who aren't toxic and who, if you're just trying to have a fun time and, vibe with friends, you'll be able to do that. But just like anywhere, you're gonna find toxic people. Anyways, I need to stop talking about that before, my blood pressure gets way too fucking high. Last thing I need to do is have a heart attack in the middle of this challenge. What did my key turn into? I didn't even look. Floodgate. Actually, this is one that I need, so that's good. I'm gonna keep trying to plug into groups, but what I will do is I'll try to find a workshop and a rookery, and just plug into that for now. And then if I can't find anything, then I'll run my key, but we'll wait. Anyways, before I do that, though, let me catch up in chat, because I read, I looked at chat in the middle of the key and, read off a message or two, but I didn't, fully read everything, so let me catch up. You need to learn how to outrun the cart. It keeps getting to you. The way that the cart works is super annoying. Admittedly, the way that I normally do that dungeon, because that Guardian Druid, he picked up a candle on the side, and then he just ran off into the darkness, which, I will do that as a tank, but I will always drag it back to the cart. He didn't. He grabbed, a million mobs, and then he just sat in the middle of nowhere with his candle, tanking all of the mobs. Which, if you're trying to round things up, that's okay. But, thankfully I was a mage, so I sat in the cart, and I had just enough range to be able to flame strike from that distance. But I don't know what the Unholy DK was doing, but he was probably crying, because, how the fuck is he supposed to reliably hit those mobs? And the candles have a limited duration. So the way that I normally do that as a tank is I will grab a candle, run ahead, tag a bunch of mobs, and then run back towards the cart. And usually what I'll do is I will not drop my candle immediately. I'll stay off to the side. So, if the cart is where I'm standing, I'll keep my candle, where the Cloud Rooks here are. And I'll play, just off to the side, because then, effectively, you're, doubling your playable area. So, if there is, something that forces you to move, the mobs are dying right under you, you can just shift with your candle around here, but, the healer can just sit on top of the cart and be safe. And then you just slowly kite around, especially for the corridor creepers, that's really important. And then the moment that your candle's about to expire, or if the cart is really low, you just run into the cart and then just play around the cart, but with tanks like that, it can be a little bit tricky, because obviously he didn't do that, and then I, as the DPS, have to play around it. Because it's either that or I sit there and do nothing, so. 1 second. I don't have time to look through it now, but apparently we got a funny app to the guilds. I'll have to take a look through that later. I just saw that there was, a new notification in the guild Discord. Anyways, what was I saying? Nonetheless, you need a break from retail? Yeah, don't get me wrong, by the way. Because, like I said to the first thing that you asked of, am I excited for Mop Classic? I am very excited for Mop Classic. Honestly, my biggest issue going into Mop Classic, though, is now I need to find a new group of people to play with, because the last group that I was raiding with in Cataclassic is the one that I just got done ranting about. Unfortunately, it's toxic guild to toxic guild when it comes to Classic. I've encountered some really crazy shit in Classic, especially Wrath. I joined some demonic guilds in Wrath. But yeah, I'm also very excited for Mob Classic. I think it's going to be really fun. But I am fully prepared to have to deal with a really shitty player base, so I'm crossing my fingers that I manage to stumble into the one non-toxic group of people in Classic. Although I have heard that some people in my current retail guild are thinking of playing Mob, so that could potentially be good. I don't know how many. I haven't, like, directly asked them, but a bunch of them mentioned that they were excited about it, so fingers crossed, maybe. You know, such fond memories of Mop, you wouldn't even know what to play. You'd like to play every class. Yeah, the other thing is, I was looking at, like, Warlock, and I normally never play Warlock, right? But I've heard so many good things about it, and I was reading it over, I'm like, wow, this actually sounds like fun. And it kind of got me thinking, like, if I had played Warlock back in Mop, I kind of understand why people still play Warlock, because, look, I'm gonna be real, I've tried to play Warlock over, like, the last 2 years, and obviously I'm gonna have to play it for this challenge, but every time I've tried to play it, I've just bounced right off it. I've never found it to be fun at all. I thoroughly do not enjoy that spec, just like Rogue, right? But reading through Mop Warlock, I'm like, wow, this actually looks really cool. I kind of get why people really liked Warlocks back in the day. So I'd be willing to bet that a lot of people who play Warlock probably got really into it back at, like, in Mop when it was, from what most people will tell me, when it was at its peak, and then they still play it just to play a shadow of that spec years later because of how much they used to love it. But yeah, it's you said, what the fuck, Warlocks are awesome? Look, again, to each their own, right? I'm sure that plenty of people still like Warlocks, but a lot of the Warlock players I know will tell me that they much preferred the Mop design. And just speaking personally, I'm looking through some of the Warlock stuff, and it looks really cool to me. And I'm like, I get it. I get why people say Warlocks are really cool in Mop. So, honestly, I might actually also level a Warlock just for fun, because I've heard so many good things about it, even though I generally only play tanks. But we'll see. Mythic Prog split your guild up for the second time, so you're going to Classic? Yeah, I feel that. It's, there are definitely a bunch of wall bosses this raid. You healed all through MC to half of BWL and Elemental spec? Yeah, well, honestly, a lot of, like, hybrid specs were unironically pretty good back then. These people think that you have all time of day to get everything? Yeah. See, this, I would say one of the biggest problems that I have in terms of, like, social dynamics as somebody who makes videos for this game is a lot of people that I meet, and I haven't only had this problem with people like that in Classic. I've actually had this problem in the past with multiple guilds in retail. I play World of Warcraft a lot, but there are many times when I am purely playing because there is, like, something, like, especially for leveling guides, right? I'll be leveling, like, another character to get footage for a video guide, or just to test out something from my guide that, you know, I didn't need more info on. I need to make sure that I get this done because, like, there's a new patch coming out. I want to make sure my leveling guide is done in time. So I will be on the game doing this thing, but, like, it's my job, right? I'm not leveling my 50th monk that I will never play because I want to be playing a monk that I will never actually use at max level. Like, I'm not doing it because it's fun for me. I'm doing it because I need to get my leveling guide out. I pride myself in having the most thorough leveling guides out there, so I'm going to do a lot of leveling runs to make sure that the guide is perfect. But then I have run into situations where people will see me, quote-unquote, playing the game, and they'll be like, oh, well, he's spending all of this time doing XYZ thing, why can't he be investing time, you know, getting all these consumables in Classic? Like, you spend so much time doing X, why can't you spend time doing Y? And it's like, all of the things that you just mentioned, I'm doing for YouTube. Like, this is stuff for one of my videos, or guides, or it's like, something that I've been telling people I'm going to stream for a while, and, you know, I finally have a bit of free time. You know, am I going to go farm consumables in Classic, which is something that I don't enjoy and I also can't make a video out of, or am I going to do this leveling run, which people have been asking me to do for a while, that I can stream, that I know some people will enjoy, and you know, I might probably have more fun anyways with it than mindlessly grinding consumables in Classic, right? Like, there's obviously a lot of things that I will have to do, just like for raid teams and stuff, that is necessary. Like, there's so much that I do for raiding and retail that obviously is completely unrelated to any videos I make. That's just what I sign up for, right? But the reason why I didn't care about Classic is because I never signed up to do fancy speedruns. I never said that this was something that I was going to invest time in, and I told them multiple times to not expect me to do that. And yet they placed that expectation upon me anyways, despite me repeatedly saying that, this is bullshit, right? I told you guys I'm not going to do this. Do not get mad at me for not farming consumables when I said I'm not going to do your super fancy speedruns. And, it's... But the problem is, right, I have to deal with stuff like that. I have to deal with people, throwing it in my face that, oh, but you spent all this time the other day leveling on retail. And it's like, well, yeah. It's not a choice, right? I'm not making an active choice to, oh, I feel like I'm going to level on retail today instead of farming consumables on Classic. One thing is a job, the other is not. But because it's a game, it's very hard for some people to understand. So that is a social problem that I have encountered multiple times, of some people just can't get the whole YouTube video as a job thing through their head, and so it is just impossible for them to view me doing something in the game as work, and not free time that I could use to do whatever the fuck it is that they personally believe I should be doing. Without going into extreme detail, an example of this in retail is one of my guilds way back in the day in Vault of the Incarnates wanted me to main swap to Prot Warrior. They were mad that I wasn't putting in enough effort to working on my Prot Warrior, and they cited a bunch of other stuff that they had seen me doing in-game instead of doing extra dungeons on my Prot Warrior. And I'm like, look, guys, I'm really busy with guides right now. I told you that I might be able to do it, but, I'm not sure. And they basically accused me of not caring enough. And it's like, every little bit of free time after I finish my guides, I tried to do Mythic Plus dungeons on that Prot Warrior. I've just been busy. I've been trying to get my leveling guide finished. And they didn't understand that and were really toxic about it. So that is unfortunately, yeah, something I've had to deal with. Anyways, I'll leave that. I'll put that matter to bed now, because I think I've ranted about it for long enough. But yeah, since you brought it up, it was reminded me of that. What else? I think I've caught up on chat. Perfect. All right, let's look for one of these last dungeons. Let's see, so I can check Dark Flame off. Yep. And I'll also check... no. I'll keep Floodgate, because worst case scenario, if I get into one... Actually, no, I will check it off. Because, if I do a Floodgate and I re-roll, I'm not guaranteed to get a key that I need, so... I'll look for this for now. Okay, workshop... Rookery. I'll wait to see if I get into either one of those, just because the other ones don't have a tank. That one has a tank. Come on, really? Well, like I said, I'll give it 5 minutes or so, and then I'll just throw up my key and I'll run my Floodgate. What's my current score? Yeah, Floodgate wouldn't be the most score I could get, but it's close. Actually, all of them are roughly comparable. We'll see. We'll see. I guess I'll add Floodgate just in case, if there's a group that... No, there really aren't. This is, like, obscenely picky, though. Like... Here, fuck it. I'll list my dungeon, then. And... Oh, hey. Good luck in your key, Chori. I was curious who I knew that was doing something. Plus 10 Bloodgate. So we'll see how this goes. I suppose I could also browse groups while I wait, right? So if I do... May as well. Oh, crap it. With the filter. I'll uncheck the show-only mage. You're spamming Motherloaded Mechagon just for the item IDs? God damn. I admire your patience of being able to do that. I'm assuming that it'll still give me the little ping if somebody queues up. Yeah. Admittedly, today is not a super... Well, right now is not a super good time for keys. It's like the dead zone. Right before East Coast tends to get home and, yeah. We'll see. What I could do, if I'm sitting here for, like, 15 more minutes and I can't find anything, I could also just do the Guardian Druid and Blood Decay keys now, since, obviously, if I'm a tank, it'll be much easier to form a group for that. And then later on in the evening, when more people are around, I can probably find better groups for this stuff. Let's delist my group and apply for this. Worth a shot. Oh, yeah, they're probably going to be overly picky. It can't hurt to try. Well, they found a tank. They've had a lot of options. Okay, so this group is actually being fairly picky, which is a good sign. Yeah, they got a good tank. Alright, fair play. That must mean they're carefully vetting everybody. Oh, they... well, they lost their tank. Unlucky. The fact that he is being very picky with who he grabs is a good sign, though. Wish there was a way to upgrade the tracks at least to heroic. That way you could spam something like +2s and just upgrade the track from champion to hero. It's silly that they created separate item IDs for the different tracks. I guess you said it's only Motherload and Mechagon, so is it something where, like, specifically with the BFA dungeons, they just fucked up the implementation? Yikes. This is a sketchy tank, but could be worse. Wait, what the fuck is this? I've never seen this embellishment before. What is that? When damage below 30% health, gain a shield for up to 1.8 million damage. Oh boy, that's gonna... 4-minute cooldown? That's like half a Celestial Brew on a 3-minute internal cooldown. Holy shit, that has to be the worst embellishment of all time. No, Jay Godwin, you do not need to apologize. You did not bring up toxic memories. All you said is you said something about Classic, and then I spiraled off into a rant about some, you know, tangentially related thing. That is not on you. That is just my nature of ranting about random stuff. And you know what? Honestly, it was good to get it off my chest, because it's fun to talk about that stuff. In moderation. So definitely don't apologize. A single hole in the ring? Oh, really? Wait, what the fuck is that gem? Hold up. What? That's not a blast fight gem, is it? That doesn't have a... Where's the bonus effect? Is it possible to get, like, a Blasphemite without a bonus effect? Is that a thing? Does that exist? Huh? A cubic Blasphemite? What the fuck?
5,
Why?
4.
Why
3,
would you ever
2,
use that?
1.
Oh my god, we're in for a ride this time. Oh my goodness. Knock off Blasphemite? Yeah. Well, nice thing about Rookery, you know very early whether that key is dead or not, so... If this druid is completely beans, we will find out. He's actually, credit where it's due, he's not doing bad. Look at his damage. Oh my fuck, I got trolled by Blink, dude. I hate Blink so much. What is that? Is it, like, was I standing here and Blink, that counts it as, like, a separate platform? That's so stupid, dude. They need to fix that shit. There's been multiple times today where I've blinked and it's taken me, like, 2 inches. Ugh. Wait, that's actually a Grifta recipe? There's no way. That's actually really fucking good. So what you're telling me is that Blizzard added that as a joke item, and this druid is unironically using it. That's fucking crazy, dude. Okay. I'm not getting healed at all. Please? Everybody else is healthy, and I'm just sitting here, just rotting. Now, this is a Disc Priest, so the earlier theory of maybe I just didn't get Atonement could be possible.
All feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
We're gonna do a double? We're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. We're getting closer. chain pulling this, apparently.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
What? Oh, that's so fucking troll, dude. My heating up barely expired. Oh, that actually really fucked me. Weird to chain pull that early, but gravity lapse. Well, all things considered, I said I was kind of worried about this, but this has been okay so far. Questionable choices at the end here, but
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
come on. All the other Blastmite recipes are from dungeon drops. They're sold for 40 to 50 gold, but nevertheless they're boss drops. So what you're saying is this guy might be playing solo self-found Mythic Plus, which would be wild if true. Timed that poorly. I thought I was about to perfectly time that, but alas. Explain why he's only got one hole. He doesn't have the unique setting recipe. Shit, maybe that theory is true. Oh my god, what am I stuck on? Okay, single pull? Okay, no. Really likes to do this thing where he does some, like, Guardian Druid ramp shit. I don't really know what there is to ramp on a Guardian Druid, but I don't really know how else to explain why he keeps pulling 3 mobs, tanking them for, like, 10 seconds, and then going into the next pull.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Okay. Oh shit. Wait, he actually is a jewel crafter and he's making all of his own shit? No fucking way. Well, there's one very easy way to find out if he self-crafted his ring. Because that would also be jewel crafter. So if that is created by him, then that joke theory might unironically be correct, which would be fucking crazy. Here, let me check after this pull. Inspect. Made by Timidora. Ah. So at the very least, he's not fully solo self-found. Because Timidora, that ain't him. You had me going there for a bit. I thought that was true. Well, I believe that everything that you said is true, that he is jewel crafter, but for a second I thought he's solo self-found, making all of his own shit theory was true. Maybe it's their alts? Could be. But then why would he have 2 jewel crafters? I guess I have multiple inscription characters, so, yeah. But each one is specialized. I know Chori has that, too. Shit, I fucked the order on that. Yay. Spooky! You have, like, 3 jewel crafters? Fair enough, fair enough. I could probably combust here. They're probably going to live long enough where I can get enough CDR to head for boss. I think I save Funhouse Limbs for boss, though. Inscriptors inks milling others' contracts. Yeah. Bloodlust. Alrighty, you got it, pal. We're not pulling the side guys, though. That's... gonna fuck me a little bit to not have it directly for my combust, but... Also, normally I babysit this, corruption mechanic. I am, honestly, I'm gonna go full monkey mode here. If I get the thing, I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't go on me twice. So, I will make sure I don't die. But, you know what? I do so much heavy lifting when I'm tanking these dungeons, I want to go DPS brain for a little bit. I think I've earned that much. Yeah, fuck that a little bit. Fine. Oh! They did not do the mechanic. Yes, barely timed it. Jesus. I'm not getting healed. I guess I'm just gonna ice block and pray. Alright, worked out. You're over here with 60 enchanters for concentration crafting? See, that's fair, but if you had 60 jewel crafters, surely one of them would have, you know, the blasphemite recipe or something like that. So, I feel like if you're gonna have multiple profession, it kind of defeats the whole theory of he just doesn't have the recipe. I know that, like, all of this is just silly, and it's probably just some dude who doesn't know any better, but for a moment there, I really liked the idea that he was just crafting all his own shit.
As we go down, but there are more survivors to rescue. The lift is out. What is that? What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
Adding my overall, adding my overall. So is the DK. I fucked up, he didn't chain pull. My proc is kind of saving me here a little bit. I'm gonna funhouse lens here, even though it doesn't really matter, because it should be back up for the boss, and that's the only point that actually really matters. Okay, yeah, unfortunately, kind of gimped my damage on this pull. At least my pad damage. Should still combustion up in time to reasonably contribute to killing these guys. Maybe? Damn. I think I kind of made up for it there, because I think that was still the same pull, so the Unholy DK's ahead, but I'm pretty sure I padded more on those little guys. Kind of wish we would chain here, but... Oh, I barely missed that Boomkin Sword. I won the pad fight on that bull for sure. Holy.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
I don't know why everybody's just fucking dying. Cubic Blasphemite's the cheapest? Well, I'm not surprised, considering it's also the most worthless. But yeah, that probably is the reason. Get my ball. Oh, come on, they missed the ball on the other side, so the boss was DR'd. I actually only just noticed that. Man. Why are people so bad at mechanics, dude? Barely off the scorch range. Unlucky. Thank fucking God. I lost to the Unholy DK in overall. But overall, I think that still went pretty well. Alright, 2 left. Also, I've passed 2,500 now. So, fake Keystone Hero, but 2 more to get real Keystone Hero. I have one of the keys. So I'll... El Corvento Mítico. Is that... That's the rookery in Spanish, I guess? Corvento. That sounds cool. There's a few workshop groups. One already has a mage. Surely one of these invites me. Are we really that picky? It's unfortunate that that dude is also a mage. Oh, fuck. Come on, man. Really? I don't know about that one. Again, I'll... You know what I could do? I could do the same thing as before. List my key and then keep refreshing. Just in case. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of them want to invite me. This one's being insanely picky. Like, I guess they want probably a melee for kick, maybe? That one has a mage. Okay, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Then... check. Can beat me on that boss, huh? That boss. Interesting. Gotta say, I'm really enjoying Fire Mage. This is way more fun than I thought it would be. This is likely going to become one of my go-to DPS specs whenever I want to play one going forward. Unless there's like another spec later on that I enjoy a lot, but I probably still will keep this up. Especially because I generally haven't really had many casters that I like playing, except a little bit Devastation Evoker, but I like this way more than Dev Evoker. Dev Evoker is like easy. It's simple. But this is genuinely like really fun. It's time for the Outlaw Tan arc. We'll get to Outlaw eventually. I'm admittedly not looking forward to the rogues, but yeah, we'll get to those for sure. Okay, so there are groups up. I was curious. It just bugged out. Didn't display them. Yeah, Outlaw will have its time in the sun for this challenge, but it's... I mean, I know that Outlaw is good. I'm gonna do Assassination first, by the way, when I do Rogue. It's just, I'm not a Rogue player. Obviously, whenever I get to Rogue, just you wait. I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions, because obviously I'll have a lot to learn. It's not a class that I've really played a lot, so all of the, you know, Prez Evoker and Disc Schizo, you're gonna get that, but Rogue Schizo. But that will probably be towards the end. Because right now, my Rogue is my lowest geared character. All of my characters are 660 plus, except for Rogue, which is 657. So it'll definitely be the last one, the last, like, class that I do. And I'm starting with Assass, and then after that, I will probably do a lot of the other off-specs first. Because there's a lot of specs that, you know, I'm already comfortable with. Like, Havoc Demon Hunter, I've literally mained in Mythic Prog before. So I'll probably do that early on, because, yeah, I know how to play it. It's not really a concern. But some of the specs that I'm not super comfortable with, I'll probably leave towards the end to give myself more time to research it. You'd say Outlaw is the most nuanced spec in the game? Get ready to learn PhD. Yeah, that... I did a lot of, you know, cursory research into Rogue, and that's generally what the impression I got was, that, you know, Assassination is good and also, like, relatively simple. So that's why I picked it first. But Outlaw does seem strong, it's just not one that I'm very familiar with. I definitely have seen that it is very complicated, though, so we'll see. Honestly, I kind of like a lot of the specs that are really complicated, because a lot of times, if the difficulty of a spec is, like, you just need to understand all of, like, these complex mechanics, then once you get it, you blast. Those are the specs that I like, because usually I'd like to think that I can kind of figure it out. Like, honestly, you know, so many people said Prez Evoker was going to be really complicated. I really like Prez. Like, Disc was fine, and Resto Shaman, you know, I played Resto Shaman a good bit now, and it's fine. I don't mind it. I can heal perfectly fine with it. But I'm, like, bored a lot of the time. Prez, it's stressful, but I really like the setup on it. So sometimes the more, like, complicated something is, the more fun I have with it. Outlaw is like that, except it's really skill-based, maintaining 100% uptime on Adrenaline Rush. I'd imagine that's hard in some keys with, like, roleplay. Like, just thinking about Workshop, for instance, the downtime after first boss might be kind of rough. Actually, I would imagine it's probably impossible in Workshop just because, you know, the maze and stuff like that, but in most other keys, I could see it if you're, like, really, really, really good. Oh, really? If you're in stealth, it doesn't tick. Oh, that's interesting. It is possible in every key. That's actually really fucking cool, then. Can you stealth going down the water slide? I didn't know that was even possible. Huh. Is it... I guess, how important would it be to have literally 100% uptime, though? Like, theoretically, after a certain point, wouldn't you just be able to manually press the cooldown to refresh it? Because you would only really need to have it up in between recasts of it. The only one that's kind of tough to do it on is Theater of Pain. Yeah, that makes sense. Anything below 90% is real bad. Well, I guess maybe let me rephrase that. Is there any advantage to keeping it up, like, out of combat? So, is there, like, passive CDR and other stuff that you get while out of combat with it? Like, if you let it drop while you're not fighting stuff, does that matter? There are advantages? Oh, is it like... Because I don't know exactly how Adrenaline Rush works. Is it one of those cooldowns where you need to ramp it up? Ah, I see. I see. So it's not... Because the last time that I remember playing Rogue, all I remember about Adrenaline Rush is it's just like a flat... You have really good haste or energy regen or whatever it is. Reduces your GCD, increases your energy regen? Gotcha. And if you can ramp it up, then that makes sense. Why, you'd want to keep, like, a fully stacked Adrenaline Rush rolling nonstop. Well, that definitely sounds like it'll be a fun challenge. You're playing a classic Rogue spec without Adrenaline Rush? That actually... that makes sense, because if Outlaw is balanced around that... So, one thing that I did back in Dragonflight, and a little bit this expansion too, is I've leveled up every spec in the game. So I've played every spec at least a little bit for, like, leveling speedruns. And whenever I made my tier list back in Dragonflight, I put Outlaw all the way at the bottom. It is by far the worst leveling spec. Now, I know that it's not necessarily because I'm playing it wrong in a leveling context, because the reality with leveling is there's certain things that a spec needs to be able to do that Outlaw just cannot do. And the problem with stealth, right, is you can't stealth in the middle of a pull. Because if you're solo and you stealth, you drop combat. It defeats the purpose, you know. So you literally can't play around stealth in leveling. So I always remember thinking with Outlaw, I'm like, okay, this spec is absolutely terrible for leveling. I think it's the only DPS spec that I put in C tier on my tier list. All the other specs in C tier were like healer specs. And if it is tuned around having to constantly re-stealth and have like max uptime on a cooldown like that, which obviously in leveling you can't, even if like it didn't require re-stealthing, there's a lot of points in time where you're just flying around turning in quests and you're not in combat 100% of the time. So if that's what it's tuned around at max level, that probably explains why it is like so completely awful for leveling. You see why nobody plays it when their only experience is altered with leveling? Yeah. Yeah, because honestly, that has kept me... Well, admittedly, one of the main things, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is still part of Outlaw's Roll the Bones. I have never really liked the design of Roll the Bones. I really hate heavy RNG. Like, if the entire spec is based around super-duper RNG like that, it might be better now. I'm sure that there's been enough complaints that there's probably ways now to mitigate the RNG, but I tried Rogue a little bit back in Legion when they first did the rework, and I hated it. It was very random, and I was not a fan. But, yeah, the leveling experience was also pretty awful, for sure. Okay, well, the group leader just said, don't have too much time. That's exactly the type of thing you want to hear at the start of a Mythic Plus dungeon. At least it's not my key. Interesting thing about the RNG, it only makes it easier for you to get to that maximum uptime. Gotcha. So it like eases the difficulty curve, but it doesn't really meaningfully impact your damage at this point.
And that means passing through the Robo-drone.
What the fuck, dude?
Surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena. No word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out, Hotline!
Oh my god, this warlock's dead again. I think this might be a go again angle. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. I mean, at least I didn't die somehow. Well, somehow being mage stealth is OP. I mean... I can't imagine the timer is that tight, but that is a bad sign of things to come, considering this is the easiest part of the fucking dungeon. Oh, no.
All feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
I'm glad I didn't lust, honestly. The moment I saw the Warlock die, I'm like, okay, I'm holding Lust here. And well, that was definitely the correct call. This first room is the hardest pug room of any key. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, it's right at the start, so if people do completely brick it... This guy just keeps running away from me. Oh my god, soak my fucking balls! Oh, shit. Oh, this is big. We're alive. We're alive. I don't like the position that I am currently standing in. I'm not a fan of this at all. But I kind of need to be close to the boss. Holy shit, dude.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, 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 trash.
The double waste processor pull is insanely ambitious, but sure. What's funny is this Warlock actually is doing a lot of damage. Just can't stay alive. Imagine if I had to heal this key. Thank God for that.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness.
I'm surely going to encounter some demon ones, though, whenever I do the healer keys. So... Where are we going, dude? Really trying to skip a fucking waste processor? Why? Who does this? Warlock is a demon, true.
Scrubbing after any
Literally and metaphorically. You're not wrong. Save combustion for the boss. Unfortunate timing, but I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to greed. Ethical. We're ethical here. Most of the time. Ah. That guy's so confused. He doesn't know what's going on. Oh, was he about to hit the bot? Or I didn't even notice that he was in a bad position. Well, it's a good thing I invis then. Oh yeah, you're right. Holy shit. That time too, he almost fucking did it. He's living on the edge. Or maybe he's just doing it perfectly and it's all under control. If I didn't invis, that would have been a wipe? Fuck yeah. That's what I like to hear. I'm not gonna risk this. Oh, right, we have a warlock. Oh, and I took it straight into the fucking fire. Okay. I love Blink. My mage food. Oh, you can't mid key, right? There.
Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
Oops. Warlock's will to die is contagious. Hey, I'm still alive. I didn't even proc cauterize, alright? Do not compare me to that plebeian. It's all under control.
activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
Calculated. Perfectly fucking god. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. First try. Easy. I totally didn't almost fuck that up like 3 times.
Warning. Excessive levels of flesh detected. Warning.
Oh, shit. We're pulling. Oh, fuck. He wasted no time at all. Did he release? Why would you release here? Oh, we have a paladin. He can get rezzed. Dude, oh my god. He better one-shot that fucking maze, so help me. Oh, we also have Warlock. Right.
Excessive levels of
I'm dead.
flesh detected.
Cauterize! Ah! Really? Mr. Paladin? You can't fucking throw me a flashlight? Anything? Anything, please? Something? Jesus fucking Christ.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers!
How is the Warlock dead? How is he dead? How the fuck did he die? Like, ah. Did he just eat a fucking laser beam? I thought Warlocks were supposed to be, like, super tanky or something. Okay, I mean, 2 of them just died to that. Jeez. Admittedly, I was close, but, like, I can't blink.
You could use a trim! Notice.
He's just immediately running in for the double pull. Oh my god. Thank god I am not healing this key. I would murder this tank.
Let its darkness fill me. We can commandeer that transport to access Mechadon's tower.
I mean, we have... Wait. I just realized. The tank has been pulling as if we don't have a Warlock gateway skip. So, the fact that we have a gateway really doesn't mean much, because I think we need to pull the entirety of this last section.
Machine
Because he skipped a bunch of really easy trash earlier. So... Probably air blasted there.
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Why are we pinging the Warlock? We still need percent. Dude. Alright, let's do the skip. These people just don't know how to read. And good thing we skipped all that trash. Fucking 1% off.
All of you.
With my targeting systems.
Cannot elude my targeting systems. Cannot elude my targeting systems.
Oh, come on.
You cannot elude my targeting systems.
It's safe combustion, right? No. I can probably get a full combustion here. And then I line up the big one with the Funhouse Lens for E2.
All of you. Feed on
You think you have defeated.
Fortunate timing. Okay, auto-soaked one.
You have done is to
The smat and the piece of flesh.
you wish to test my true ordnance.
Oh,
Happily obliged. Cannon fully charged.
why do people fucking move with that? How? Actually, how, dude? Impressive how much he manages to die.
shred.
Having to eat everybody's balls. Oh my god, he's gonna fucking accidentally reset the boss doing that dumb shit.
Mech originator has been destroyed. So is my fault. You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one I can share. We must now focus.
How is that a 2-chest? How the fuck was that a 2-chest? Also, how geared is this Warlock if he did that much damage after being floor pod for half of it? I mean, he has, like, mostly Mythtrack stuff. Yeah, okay, he's, like, mostly 684. Right. Oh, wow. Trashmaster's Mantle. Ooh, versatility, my favorite stat. What's my item level? 667. Have Lemmings DNA? Yeah. Ugh. I mean, look, they... Can I say, they plus 2'd it. I'm impressed that they plus 2'd it, but they did, so credit where it's due. But did I die a single time that run? I did not. I'm the only person that key who did not die. Let's fucking go. Even the tank ate shit in that very first pull. The Warlock died instantly. Holy. That priest was... God damn. Alright. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I honestly think I'm playing pretty fucking well, all things considered. Because, like, I had to basically interrupt my burst window on that final boss to run and do, like, 3 different people's fucking balls. Because nobody else does that mechanic in Pugs. So, it was worth it, because otherwise the boss takes 20% less damage. But it's a major interruption. And the last key is my key. So there's only one left, and it's Floodgate. Alright, I need coffee, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw this up, and we're just going to hope that by the time I'm back, there's a tank. Should only be like a minute or two, but I need coffee, especially for this last one. Oh, shit. Damn, Sinks, you're... I didn't even realize you were 3,000... or 3,200. Can't talk. I guess... damn, 3,200 is only 14s? Yeah, sorry. I just saw your message, and, well, just got back to my computer with coffee. But yeah, definitely. Jana Kalash. Jorzuklo. There was a tank? Unlucky. I got ambushed by my dog when I went to make coffee, so it took me a little bit longer than normal. You're trying to play a different build, so it'll probably go poorly. No, yeah, exactly like you said. You will not be worse than some of the creatures I've encountered. If you can stay alive and not die... How many times did he die? Deaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Yeah, if you can not die 5 times, you're automatically better than the previous Warlock. Okay, that guy's probably pretty good. No promises. Well, I'll try to make sure we get a good tank and healer. Honestly, I think Floodgate isn't really that hard if the tank knows what they're doing. Like, I healed a demonic Floodgate with actually... so at the end of the stream where I was doing, like, the Prez Evoker and stuff, I did... It wasn't a 10, but it was a 7. And it was one of my old friends from Legion's keys. And I specifically, I joined the group, but when I joined the group, I didn't tell her that, you know, I was the healer, because it was an evoker. She had no idea that that was my character. And then it wasn't until, like, after the dungeon that I messaged her. I was like, your tank friend is a fucking maniac, because he was doing some crazy pulls. And apparently he's brand new to the game, so he was just winging it the entire time. And my friend was playing a boomkin, and was standing out in Africa the entire key. And as a Prez Evoker with my limited range, that made life hell for me. But actually, it helped me learn a lot, because I was using my Temporal Anomaly on, you know, the main stack, and then I would manually go out and drop Echo on her to get my ramp going. So it was good practice. It's basically limit testing for Prez Evoker. And honestly, I feel I did pretty damn good as Prez that key, so it actually made me enjoy the spec a heck of a lot more. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. You're a blood DK, but you're buns? Well, buns is relative. I think most people are usually much more down on themselves than they need to be. I'm gonna check this person out first. I'm gonna inspect them. Intellect sword. Pick me up. Probably fine. Like, surely they're fine. Definitely not. I'm curious about, like, if this guy is God's gift to Prop Halley, I might drop the healer and take him, but I canceled. And he sure as fuck is not God's gift to Prop Halley. Oh my. Jesus fucking Christ. What? Dude, what the actual fuck am I looking? Oh my god. See, I understand, you know, getting griefed on, like, 1 kill of a boss, but I feel like if you kill a boss twice, and your best performance on that boss both times as a Retribution Paladin is a 4? Like, no 0 after, just a 4. That's your best parse 2 times in a row. That demonstrates consistency. Not the type of consistency you want, mind you. Oh, holy tanks, dude. There's so many tanks today. I guess Floodgate is a in-demand key. Oh, shit. Dude, why did it... Okay, well... I wasn't really super high on the Prot Warrior anyways, but... I was going to at least look at his performance, but for whatever reason, it bumped him into the spot where the other guy was. That's... Yeah, even a 5... True, even a 5 would have been an improvement. That's crazy. But yeah, the other guys are... Dude, that fucking Blood Decay, same deal. I mean, did they buy a carry? Is that what it is? There's no way. Okay, they did buy a carry. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. Personally, I think buying heroic carries is a fucking weak look. And this is the last key I need, so I am taking 0 chances. I am going to... But it's a fucking holy palette, or ret palette. Yeah, I prot. I named every spec except the correct one. Okay, surely this guy. Good item level, good score. Yeah, he's good enough. Alright. This is what I'm looking for. How's the mop leveling testing going? I feel like you ask this every stream, Cap, and I've told you that, you know, when we're doing more mop leveling testing, you will know. I will post an announcement in my Discord. It's just that I've been focused on this. There has been 0 additional testing since the last one. Basically, I'm trying to get this stuff done so that, you know, next week we're going to do a lot of it. Like I said, when Darkmoon Faire rolls back around. Tons of mop leveling testing planned. Right now, I'm trying to get this stuff done so that when Darkmoon Faire is back, then we can do all our testing. Am I speedrunning? No. The timer's there just as a temporary cover for chat. He's telling me to list first pull.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I probably should have stocked up on potions, but yeah, it's fine. Right. I'm locking in for this key. I'm closing chat. I'll see you guys on the other side. Interesting. I've never seen that spider get pulled. He's taking his time rounding everything up. And... Oh, we're going. Okay.
Yeah. Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
With that. Shit. Well, I think your experimental build is working, Sinks. Holy.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
We're going. Can't tell if we're going boss. We are going boss, okay. Well, glad I held. I fell. I fell. Okay.
After any shred of control.
Almost now.
Let its darkness fill you.
Ooh, W Brock. Oh, okay. This is new. This is a very interesting pull.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill
Oh, I was gonna try to...
scrabbling after any shred of control.
Man, fucking destroyed on this pull. Unlucky. Don't have lust.
Welcome to the fire and ready.
Yep. Okay, I have fucked up tremendously here. It's fine. I'm going to sit here and do nothing until combustion is up.
Any shred of control.
Oh, come on. You don't have heroic leap for that? Well... I should have held combust. Ah, I definitely should have held combust. Oh, fuck, why did I even do that? And I get the... yep. Alright. Well, my damage is going to be non-existent on this next pack. I don't know. Okay, he's doing it with, like, 2 of his DPS not here. I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
At least Sinks was there. Yep. Unfortunate. But it's fine. Jesus Christ. I'm going to get fucking demolished in the overall here. Yeah, this is my worst dungeon for sure. Oh well. Oh shit, how did I get hit by that? Thought I was out. Why am I just being yanked? I'm like standing here. Is the person I'm tethered to just like yanking me? Oh my god, it's fucking Sync's killing spree. Okay. You're a fucking terrorist. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. I can't believe that yoinks the person you're tethered to. That is so dumb. Why does killing spree work like that? See, I'm pretty sure what the tank is trying to say with that ping is watch out for this, but like, I know to watch out for it. But when he pings it like that, I'm worried that he's saying that this is what I'm gonna pull. Unfortunately, I'm playing fucking Fire Mage, and you're grouping up a bunch of mobs directly next to it. Like, why tank it there? I'm really worried that my Flame Strikes are gonna accidentally hit it, so can't really Flame Strike there. I guess I can combust here and carry it over into the next mob. think I have just enough time to get this hot streak going. Well, mulligan. Mine did not jump first. There it is. Oh hey, I got the enterprising achievement. Yeah, I mean, holy shit. That is crazy damage. Yeah, good shit, Sinks. Oh no, wow. The fucking warrior got a... Jesus Christ. He doesn't even need it. Oh my goodness. Man, if only I was on one of my tanks. That thing is sexy as hell. Check your buff up time? How do I check that? Buff up time. There we go. 98%. Ah. Wasn't 100%. But I mean, all joking aside, that's still insane. God damn. The last boss you had to go on some adventures? Yeah, I got stranded in the middle of like a bunch of puddles here, but thankfully Shimmer is nuts. Yeah, that was... I fucked up some of the pulls, like I mistimed combustion in a few areas, but hey, it worked out, so... Fucking crazy. Thanks again for the help there. Honestly, fitting way to end off the Fire Mage challenge there. Bringing in an overpowered mercenary. But, you know, it counts. Alright. Oh, you actually really did need to test that build? Wow. 2 birds, 1 stone. Awesome. Alright, I have 2 vault slots now. Hopefully I get something good on this character next week, because obviously we still have Frost and Arcane later on. Actually, it took me less than 4 hours to get 5 keys done. That was actually really good. As terrible as, like, the first 2 Fire Mage streams were just a nightmare. I had some terrible groups. This actually may be some of the cleanest keys in a row that I've had. There's 2 builds, and this one is better, but more difficult. You want to test it for jumping into 15s. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely seems like it was a good test. A successful test, for sure. I've never seen somebody do 5 mil overall in a key. That is fucking crazy. Okay. Outlaw is cracked. Yeah, I noticed that in the top keys, it's like a mix of Outlaw and Assass. Is it like, depending on the dungeon, different specs are better? I would imagine that would probably be the case. I didn't even know it was hard capped at 8, damn. Oh, just different players? Oh, so in that case, you think that Outlaw would be best for all dungeons, but some people just prefer Assassination? Also, let me get the spreadsheet up. Also, I wonder, is there anything I can upgrade? Because I have a bunch of gilded now. I could probably upgrade my tier shoulders.
This world is vast and wondrous.
So let me fix the spreadsheet. Shoulders are now 671. And I'm now 668 overall. I think I'm going to save the rest of my gilded crests to craft stuff, because tier is the only thing outside of trinkets worth really upgrading. At this point, I may as well just, like, get 30 more and then make a 681 item. Outlaw's just really tough to play if you're not a one-trick. Sin is very close, but the rank 1 Outlaw is beating all Sin rogues. Who is that? Is that... I know some of the top rogues by name. Is that Wax? Or Shindigs? Which one is the Outlaw one? Tom Elvis. Okay. I didn't know that one, but... maybe I'm just looking at all the assassination rogues. Yeah, because I've done some reading into Rogue, and, like, I used a lot of what they were doing as reference. And I've seen some of the top rogues before, like, in other stuff, so I knew some of the names to look for. What's the item level of his rogue? Is Sync still nearby? I saw you. Oh, yeah, there you are. This is Sync's. I'm pretty sure he's like 683. But as you can see, all of his stuff is pretty much perfect. And, oh yeah, I saw in the Rogue Discord the discussion around this weapon. Yeah. I already went and got one of these on my Rogue. So I'm already prepared for whenever I have to play Outlaw. I do have this at Champion Track already. You have one with speed? There you go, that's Sync's gear. You look at your breakdown. Shadowquake. It's crazy how much is just Blade Flurry, but I guess that's like all of your AoE abilities are counted under that. Yeah, the fact that that proc alone does 1.6% across an entire dungeon, that is a lot. I mean, that's more than... that way more than your enchants, both enchants combined, more than embellishment. Yeah. Bug's Hotline actually breaks the cudgel resets? Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. Cudgel works on first hit, except Outlaw re-stealths for the first hit every 17 seconds. On bosses, it doesn't work, so you swap off it for those. I read some, like, conflicting stuff. Some sources I looked at said that Outlaw should use a dagger in offhand for faster poisons, and others said that it doesn't matter and you should just run whatever your highest item level weapon is. Which I would imagine if there's a significant item level difference, obviously you just run that, but... if you have, like, comparable weapons, dagger and, I don't know, like, mace, sword, etc., would the dagger be better? Like, is the whole thing about poisons correct? Because if so, that would actually work out quite well for me. What did I get? Things. Alright, well. My Prot Warriors Guild has decided to change the quadrants that we're gonna do for Galliwix P2, because apparently people were just mind broken at the idea of not having to hug the wall to dodge the beam. Basically, they couldn't handle the non-Dratno strat. Except the thing that they're struggling to do, running through the lightning, they're gonna have to do multiple times throughout the entire P2, so changing the quadrants isn't going to solve the fact that they still need to learn how to run out properly. Can kill me. Dude. We made like barely any prog for 3 hours today. If we don't kill across the next 2 days, I'm gonna fucking lose it. There's so many people who are just like hard trolling. And they assigned the difficult bomb going into P2 to the highest death player. Like, literally the person who, if you sort by, like, you know, stop after 3 deaths, the person who has 5 more deaths than number 2, he's one of the bomb carriers. I don't know. They are one of the bomb carriers. And I'm just like, we've actually seen P2 4 times, really. The other ones don't really count. It's like we're dead going into it. Out of the 4 times that we've seen P2, that person has died and wiped us with bomb 2 out of 4 of those times. And we've barely even seen P2. We've gotten to like 51%. And they've already managed to die. Like 5% into P2. I'm just like, how the fuck do you expect us to live if we're assigning bomb to the person who literally is magnetically attracted to floor mechanics? I already know it's going to be a problem, but, you know, what am I going to do about it? Get whittle, man. But, yeah, exactly. You need to have people who are never going to die on that mechanic. It's, like, they're doing the exact opposite of what you should be doing for that mechanic. But it's because... And they're like, well, who else is able to do the Flying Soak? It's like, we have a mage. Fire Mage can do it. That's literally what most guilds do. They assign the mage to it. You don't need to have a Demon Hunter do it. Not to mention, it would be infinitely better to just teach somebody how to use Potion of Gusts and have them Evoker rescued back on than assign it to the person who can't stay alive. Because they're just gonna wipe. I don't, it's driving me crazy. Also, you said, use a dagger for single target bosses where cudgel doesn't work. You use capos instead. Gotcha. Yeah, so I wouldn't go out of my way to get a dagger just for that, but, like, because I'm starting with Assassination, I've crafted a 681 dagger on my rogue. So the fact that it's good as an offhand works out really well for me, because then I can craft the dagger, well, I can use my crafted dagger in my offhand, and then I just craft a single outlaw weapon, and then that way I can use Cudgel for trash, and swap to my crafted 681 dagger for bosses. And that way my dagger is useful on all of the specs. In my case, you would just use Cudgel Perma? No. No training wheels. I'm gonna try to learn how to do it the correct way, or I'm gonna lose DPS trying. I really hate, like, doing the safe, easy thing if I'm trying to learn something, because I always feel like that just builds bad habits. I'd rather lose damage for, like, the first 10 times I try something to, like, build the correct habit long term. The problem is if my dagger's embellished, well, I mean, it is, but obviously when I get to Outlaw, I would just recraft the dagger and wipe the embellishment. So, should be fine. What does Outlaw use? Double focusing lens? Because right now I do have Ascension, but yeah, I could always just recraft. By the time we get to Outlaw, I'll have like a bajillion more sparks anyway, so I'll be able to mix and match a bunch of crafted stuff. I'm not looking forward to seeing us fail to the movement in P2 tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Here, let's update the spreadsheet. Flashbang warning. There we go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell them. I don't know. There have been multiple times where I tell them, like, you know, we should be doing it XYZ way, and then they're just like, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. And then, like, 5 pulls later, we keep dying to the exact same thing I said we're gonna die to, and they're like, okay, you know, as Anji has explained to us, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, why don't you just listen when I tell you? And the thing is, like, I know that some people are really, you know, touchy about stuff like that, so I make a deliberate effort to not, like, act like a know-it-all, I guess. And I'll just kind of give, like, light suggestions of, like, I think it might be better if we do this, but the problem is, Muggsy especially, we did a lot of stuff where, I think the main thing that annoyed me on Muggsy was they kept reiterating, like, we hadn't learned the jail positioning, like, the final set of jails at all. We had never gotten there. And they just kept saying over and over and over and over, if we get past this final bomb set, it's a kill. Actually, I take that back. We hadn't even gotten the bomb set down. They were saying, if we have everybody alive coming out of the intermission, it's a kill. We have so much damage with all these buffs that, like, none of this even matters. We just kill the boss. And I kept saying, like, we still haven't reviewed the jail set. You know, people don't know where the jails go. And, I mean, you know, we wiped to that a bunch when we were progging it. So I kept trying to, you know, lightly suggest, I'm like, you know, it's not really a guaranteed kill. You don't just kill him. You still have, like, 20% to go, and you have the mindset, which we still are dying to, and we have not reviewed the jails at all, and I can almost guarantee you that nobody knows their jail assignments. And then we got there, like, 3 pulls in a row, had overlap jails, the guys get enraged, kill everybody, and we're still just not reviewing it, and they didn't do it for, like, an entire day, and then, like, at the start of the next raid day, they sat down and reviewed the jail assignments so people knew where to go. And then, what do you know? It's much better, but we basically wasted like an hour and a half of prog because they just kept slamming their faces into it. But there we go. That's Fire Mage done. Alright. So, since I mean, we have plenty of time. We haven't even hit the 4-hour mark yet. Like I said, I want to get a key done on my Blood DK and my Guardian Druid, so may as well do that now. That was faster than I could have hoped for. Because I'm a tank, it should be a lot easier to make a group for that. OBS is working. Let's start Blood DK. Why not? Also, as for Resto Shaman, I might start that tomorrow, but it really depends on how I'm feeling. Honestly, if we... It'll heavily depend on how well Gallywix goes. If we spend another 3 hours just slamming our faces into a wall, I will probably be tilted off the face of the planet and won't really be in the mood for streaming. And if it goes well, and, you know, honestly, it is killable if people just lock in, then I probably will stream, but we'll see how that goes. After this particular stream ends, I will throw up the poll for whatever is next. Which I guess, yeah, there's only limited poll options. It's Blood DK, Guardian, Prez and Disc are going to be the only options on that poll. I have a fucking rookery, huh? Alright. Whatever it is what it is. Do it at some point. Any changes I would want to make? I don't want to go for the damage. Tightening Grasp could be good. Now, all of these are... Yeah, these are all way too important. I guess I should drop Insidious Chill and take Runic Protection. I don't really think this is going to... Yeah, no, this is useless and M+. Holy package deals. And yeah, these guys look pretty good. Service this dude, Anderhall. Yeah. Hey, Axara. Good to see you. Yeah, actually, come to think of it. Yeah, I think I might just lock it in that I won't stream tomorrow and we'll just start Resto Shaman on Friday. Because I just realized there's a bunch of, like, housekeeping things for, like, setting up the streams and stuff that I need to get done. That I was initially planning on doing today until earlier I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna stream today. So I'll give myself tomorrow to get that done. And that way we just start fresh on Friday. And we will get it done then. We have... Okay, I'll take the hunter. I have a Belladar's bounty rolling. Still have a while left on my weapon. And that Earth Shield bug is so annoying. It was driving me insane in my Resto Shaman. They got
Titans,
Skyclave.
you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Pretty chill.
5,
The Hunter's like
4,
iffy, but the other
3,
DPS look
2,
kind of insane,
1.
so be very surprised if this goes sideways. Healer also seems pretty good. Okay, Jesus Christ. I knew I wasn't inviting a super great DPS, but like... Fuck. Yeah. God. Could have been mine, baby. Christ, that wasn't even the Blood is Life, that was just AoE Deathstrike. Holy fuck. God, Blood DK fucks. What is this spec? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? This is... Oh my god. This is so fucking crazy. It's a shame that Bloody King gets pancaked in high keys, because this thing does crazy damage. That guy's orb is gonna fuck us. building orbs.
I command this rookery by right. Feel my blessing.
Was it gonna be on me? Oh, let's go! Investigation! This spec is fucking broken. Got the Soul Reaper off. That guy gonna move in with his fucking orb? Thank you.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue. What? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the storm. We have to take it down.
EA doesn't cancel that? That's awkward.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Oh man, I thought I might barely beat the Hunter in overall, but alas. I still absolutely fucking slaughtered that key though, so that yeah, that was that was fun as hell. God, I love Sandlane 20k. Holy fuck. It's with this tier set, you just get like it's nonstop like Vampiric Strike or Death Strike, just fucking chaining them back to back, and oh my god, it's so good. It's actually crazy how well designed tanks are this tier. I honestly like every single tank except Guardian Druid right now, and actually and Vengeance Demon Hunter. Yeah, 4 out of 6 is still pretty good, and I do really like Druid of the Claw. It's just unfortunate that Moonbear, like outside of Vengeance Demon Hunter and Moonbear, tank design this tier is so fucking good. Templar with the current set feels amazing. Colossus with the current set feels amazing. Sandlane with this set feels amazing. What am I for? Brewmaster. I don't really like Shadowpan, but it's like whatever, and the current tier bonus for Brewmaster actually feels amazing. That, I was really wrong, because going into this tier, I really disliked the design of these tier sets. I was definitely wrong. Because they feel really fucking good. I didn't know how impactful they'd be. But having shield charge up all the time, amazing. Having like infinite holy power restoration during your burst window, amazing. Getting shitloads of blackout kicks to combo with blackout combo, feels really good. AoE Death Strike, absolutely busted. Really, it's just the Bear and Vengeance ones that I don't like. The Bear one's just like whatever, you fire off a few extra spells, you don't notice it at all. Druid of the Claw is still fun enough, but it has all the same problems that Bear had in Erebar Palace. God damn, though. Yeah, that was a fun key. Alright. Time to update Blood DK on the spreadsheet. Acheron. So that Rookery... 334. Tied with the Dark Flame I did for score. Cool. Alright, and now... Man, I feel like this is going to end up being a really short stream, because that was a lightning fast key. I only planned to do, like, my plan was do the rest of Fire Mage, and then, if that's not super long, do Blood DK and Guardian, at least the 10s for the week. And then, I was like, I didn't even know if we'd get around to this, much less we get here. We're still at only 4 hours. Yes, if it ends up, like, I can't really complain if it ends up being a shorter stream and we just, like, I get everything done that I planned on getting done in a super fast amount of time. Like, that, I guess that's perfect. Just feels weird. I thought I was going to be locked in hell until fucking midnight. I'm probably going to be out of here by 10 p.m. Alright, yeah, honestly, I'm sitting here thinking about what could I possibly do? Because like, the Guardian Druid key shouldn't be too hard. Guardian's, like, piss easy. I know how to play it really well, so this, like, I can hard carry whatever key this is. There's no chance of a deplete. Yeah, 10 Floodgate. Floodgate's pretty simple. It's, like, 90% on the tank. Right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think I have, like, a lot of plans for streams this week, but I guess the nice thing is if I end early today, I can maybe get a lot of the stream setup done. Maybe if I have enough time, maybe I could just start Resto Shaman tomorrow. I wouldn't start it later tonight, but I need to make the thumbnail and update some, like, stream stuff. Like, I'm still using my, still using the speedrun timer as, like, a chat cover, and I think I mentioned before, I'm gonna try and put together a chat cover in Photoshop. See if I can... That's... Eh, I mean, if his thing was linked, maybe. But it's just, I don't know, it's so rough these days, because, like, I would say, if you put a gun to my head, he's probably telling the truth. This is probably an alt, 374. Like, that's solid item level. But at the same time, it's not linked. He doesn't have any logs. It's also entirely plausible that he just bought carries. And I've seen it. I've seen it happen. And so it's just like, am I going to take that chance? When if I just wait, like, I'm a tank, right? I can take my pick. Hunter's okay. But... eh. Why... You know? Why settle, I guess? Let me look at this Warlock. If this Warlock is an absolute blaster... Tichondrius... Surely this is not the guy. Jesus Christ. This 654 fucking friend could probably out DPS his ass. Jesus Christ. Now let's... Alright, well, maybe it will take a little bit longer to get this key done. That's what it is. I gotta wait a little bit to make sure that this gets done in one attempt, then I will do that, because I only really want the one key on my druid to get the weekly, so I'm taking 0 chances. It's basically, if this gets bricked, then I probably just won't get a druid key. I don't really care that much. But, you know, it shouldn't be too difficult, and we're making tiny bits of progress towards whatever wins the poll next week. Um, is- Let's try the old delist relist trick. I didn't think that looking for... There's probably at least a decent amount of people who see my druid score and think it's like, you know, a boosted rat. Which, understandable. I'd probably think the same thing. Good enough. Actually, wait, let me... Can't even find... Oh, I see. Okay, sure. Uh... Good. This looks promising. Let me double check the paladin. I mean, with that item level, it's really hard to get boosted. What are they? Mainly long loading screen. Median. Spelled it wrong. Aerophil. Yeah. Ah. Interesting. They haven't killed a single raid boss. Is it like all Mythic Plus gear? Oh shit, it is. They really did just fully craft their way up. I mean, you know, they seem solid. It's not even a normal raid kill. I'm surprised. Did they... Yeah. This is the fabled Mythic Plus only player. They did a single full clear of LFR just to unlock their heroic Dinar slots, and they have not set foot in any other form of raid. Which, I mean, as long as the other stuff looks good, which, as far as I can tell, it does, like, I have no problem with that. I respect that more than the people who buy a heroic carry.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not really gonna have a lot of uptime on this Incarn. I'll probably only have it for a second, but better than nothing. Let's save Incarn for the big pull. I normally don't do this side pack, but I want to have Incarn up for boss, so I'm going to. I guess, what would I not pull? Honestly, I'd rather be like 3% over than 5% under. Hold Incarn for the big pull.
Scrabbling after any shred of
Thrash is definitely gonna pull the crabs if I get too close. I'm running Thorns of Iron, right? Yeah, okay. For a second, I had like a moment of... I am correctly talented into that. Because I know that at one point I did switch around the build that I was running, and I was like 99% sure I remember to swap back. But I didn't like really check before I started the dungeon, I just went on faith that I did. Thankfully I did. First shredders, but fine.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Okay. I was trying to let the druid get a sip. Don't get locked out, okay. Druid scared me a little bit there, but he had it under control. Should have had faith. Nice! He got the triple. Oh my god. Good shit. Now I don't even need to do anything. Love to see it. Moving, dude. They're doing a bit of mild terrorism on this boss, also just hard tunneling the wrong one. It should be fine. They're getting it. I think we're good on percent.
All of you, feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
One or two casts went off, but yeah, we're good. Maybe you should have... Yeah, I should have saved Lunar Beam. It's fine, though. Oh, lovely. I was about to say, would love to see a range kick on that mob, and we'd get a fucking death grip instead. Even better. I wish all my keys were this clean. This is... I'm like falling asleep. This is so smooth. Obviously, being able to tank helps, but I've also just gotten significantly better groups.
Scrapping after any shred of control.
I think I'm fine on percent. I believe this should be perfect. But I'm honestly, I might be 1% off. I'm not sure.
Scrapping after any shred of control.
There's been so many times where I'm like so sure that my floodgate is perfect, and then I'm like 99% at the end. Moment of truth. And let's go.
Soon I shall have the power I require. You dare question me? Strength annihilation. Power, power, power! You dare pit your wits against mine?
I'm actually so pleasantly surprised that they didn't try and steal my, my puddle.
All of you.
Because it's really hell for the tank if they have to go far, because then you have to immediately do the Thunder Punch. So I almost always try and reserve the closest puddle. And they respected it. I appreciate that. Most groups just fucking drag their ball over.
You dare pit your wits against mine? Try and die! Yeah.
The re-chest. God damn. It's just that easy. All right. I'm not even sure if that's BIS for me, but I mean, okay, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's still BIS for Guardian. Yeah. Because obviously we want like haste. We want a shitload of haste, but Pacemaker's just nuts. Yeah. Okay. It's still BIS. I still need Temple of Light's Devotion. I replace Energy Drink with that. And I have a shitload of crests in this character. God damn. Anything else I can upgrade? I could, but I think honestly I just save for a craft. Full send that. 671 Pacemaker. I mean, honestly, Mechanocore isn't even that bad. Mechanocore is definitely up there, for sure. On Mythic Plus, this honestly may be my best setup. No, I think probably Signet. Signet might be better if I can line it up with Incarn. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty fucking good though. I'm not complaining. This is a very good trinket setup. First try Pacemaker. Considering how much bad luck I've had on like all my other characters. Worth. Okay. What's my druid's item level now? That's... my druid is now evil item level. 666. Alright. Let's go over here. Go to that. 671. Hero. Improvised. Seaphoria. That's the name, right? Yeah. 666. And what was that? That was 335 Floodgates. Cool. We are a quarter of the way there on Guardian Druid. I'll just... That... Do... Mythic... Mythic... 2 Mythic... Perfect. Wow. And... That is less than 5 hours on the stream. Holy. Well, yeah, I mean, I never in a million years would I have thought that getting all 5 Mage Keystone Hero keys and a key on my Druid and my Death Knight would take less than 5 hours, but here we are. Those were some of the cleanest keys I've done in quite a while. At least the Druid and the DK one, and obviously the final one on Mage. The other Mage ones were a little bit sketchy, but overall, I mean, it can't complain. That was pretty good. So, yeah, short stream. So, I'm going to see if I can get the stream setup stuff done for Resto Shaman. There's, like I said, a few things I need to do. I'm not really going to rush it, but, I mean, I have a lot of time tonight, so if I manage to get it all done, then I might stream Resto Shaman tomorrow. We'll see. And if not, we just start it on Friday. And either way, I'm going to throw the poll up for Guardian Druid, Blood DK, Press Evoker, Disc Priest in like 30 minutes or so after ending the stream. But yeah, really good progress today. Holy shit. This is... I need more days like this, because days like the first and second Mage ones, that's the stuff that, you know, kills my hope that I'll actually be able to get this stuff done in time, but seeing how clean all that stuff was... I think this is doable. I think it is, but I still have so many other things that I need to juggle, so we'll see. Gotta make consistent progress. But anyways, yeah, good stream. And I will see you all potentially tomorrow, but definitely on Friday. Peace.